What's up, everybody? What's happening? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me click some buttons. Let me just blast these. Validate. Oh, that didn't work. Oh. Yeah, you know what? No biggie. I reset up my music thing. Give me 1 second. It's crazy what reinstalling everything on your PC does. All right, a little Donkey Kong music. What's up, everybody? What's up, what's up, what's up? Bear, welcome in.
Wow!
Damn, son. Bruh, chat loves me. Phobos loves me. Y'all kicking ass. Thank you very much. Seriously, tier 3, subscribe for 6 months. We basically made it. Confirmed. Confirmed. Thank you, Phobos. You are amazing and generous. Thank you. What's up, Vic? Welcome in. Welcome in, Bata. Welcome. Zooted. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back, the Wizard Dragon. Hey, good to see you. Glad you're stopping in. Hex, good to see you, brother. You're the proud owner of Persona 3 Reloaded as of 30 minutes ago. Congratulations. I'm glad to hear it was a Persona. And you beat Persona 5 Royal this morning. Congratulations. I still haven't beat Persona 5. I have it on my PS4. Well, obviously, I don't have a PS3 or a PS5. Thank you. I agree. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. Stream yesterday was good. Yeah, it was a good stream. We got some work done. Yeah, we redid her face and gave her some upgraded booba armor. We did a little hard surface work on her. You know how it is. Yo, Toad be falling forever. Let's get on this. Hold on. Welcome in, everyone. I'm feeling good. I had a great day. Y'all don't even know. It was amazing. It was like I didn't have to go to work. I didn't have to do work. I just worked on my own stuff. I sent a bunch of documents off. Yeah. If he comes back different, don't ban him. Yeah, we'll put Mario in. Yeah, we'll do the rainbow. We'll do the rainbow one. 50 turns. Let's go. 50 turns. Pink lava. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing great. Sorry we didn't get to Mario Party on the weekend. We should Mario Party this weekend. If y'all have time, I'd love to do some group gamba with everybody. I've been missing it. You were dead? Yeah, I heard you were at a party. So it's totally understandable. I was, unfortunately, I was fighting my computer. So I'm sure you had a much better time. Yo, it's a classic game of animals versus people. But if you're available this weekend, no pressure, obviously. But if you're around on the weekend and you want to do some gamba, with possibly Vic, Nuggy, and or anyone else, we should do it. We should do it. Yeah, it was a big cozy Monday, Bear. It felt really good, honestly. I got a lot of stuff done. I was able to make breakfast for my wife. Then I cleaned the dishes. Then I took a little nap. Did some work around the house. Made lunch. Did the dishes. I was getting shit done, dude. It's amazing what you can do if you have time. Yeah, I made we had steel cut oats with fresh strawberries, fresh banana, a little bit of additives, some delicious flax seeds, some other little good for the body additives, and then we added a little bit of honey for flavor, a little bit of fresh honey. It was amazing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got a show, a Gigi and a Lily. When I think of Gigi, I think of not Howl's Moving Castle, Kiki's Delivery Service. Yo, mini baguettes. I had I had a baguette. You can buy them. They're probably not as good as whatever you're having, but you buy them and you put them in the oven, and they're about I'm about to really butcher this. They're about 30 centimeters, I would say. I'm trying to get on this metric. Trying to get on this metric. They're about 30 centimeters. And I cooked up some garlic and butter, and I made homemade garlic bread. It was amazing. It was amazing. All right, I'm navigating to Discord. Pump the brakes. Yo, holy shit. Those are amazing. That GG is fucking adorable. Holy cow. Spread your thumb and your pinky. The distance is roughly 15 to 20 centimeters. Okay, then I would say it's probably closer to 40 centimeters. 30 is relatively close. It's probably a little longer. It's probably 40. That's a great marker for measurement. I usually know measurements. This is something my stepfather taught me. Um this is something my stepfather taught me is you measure different portions of your arm and you memorize those measurements so you always have a rough way to measure certain things. I need to do that with the centimeters. Yeah, they're splootin'. They're splootin'. These are super cute. I have a Gigi that I got in Japan. I shared the picture of the Gigi I found. And Gigi sits on the stairs into my apartment. So when you open the door, it looks like there's a cat staring down at you. It's cute. You got sunburnt? Sunburn is the worst. Big baguette? I don't know. A big baguette to me, a big baguette in the US is like, I want to say like, I want to say a big baguette. How big are our baguettes? Like those long ones that we get. Yeah. These things are like 2.5 feet or something. 2 feet. 2 feet, something like that. Like 60 centimeters, 65 centimeters, something like that. There were no clouds. Playing pickleball. What is pickleball? I'm sure I know what it is, but I don't know it by that name, probably. That's my guess right now. Tennis with paddles and the big balls with the holes in them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do think I know what that is. Yep. Okay, I know what that is. I like tennis. Tennis is really fun. It's above average length and girth. All I know is what I know. Shlo, what's up? What's up? What's up? So, are you still having the Maxon license issue? You didn't know any of the rules? I mean, you just play it like tennis. Just hit the ball back and forth until someone misses. Oh my gosh. They're switching systems right now? Oh. Man, another reason to stay with my perpetual license. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That's that's insanely disruptive. Like, I can't believe that they let that happen. To be fair though, old ZBrush, you used to have to request your license back in the old Pixel Logic days. I'm talking like 10 years ago. If you lost your key and you wanted to reinstall, you had to like email them, and they would email you back your license. It was bad. It was bad. And they'd be like, you would lose it, or you'd reinstall your computer, and you'd have to email them like a day or two in advance and be like, hey, can I get my license, please? Because I need to reinstall. And they'd be like, okay, don't forget to unlock and do this. They were kind of behind the times in some of their technology. But yeah, they modernized. And then Maxon took over. And yeah, as soon as they let me stream on their channel, I'll compliment them. Until then, I'm waiting. Yeah, it's one of those it's one of those things where it's like that was normal though. When I was learning ZBrush, like I learned ZBrush in like the mid 2000s. I want to say like 2005. So I've been using ZBrush for almost 20 years now. So this kind of stuff back then it was normal. Like we didn't have always on subscription, always connected. You got a CD key and you read it off the back of the CD case and it unlocked your software, you know? So having digital licenses and digital keys, it was like, yeah, why wouldn't you have to email someone to get your key recovered if you bought it from? Fun story, I actually bought 2 ZBrush perpetual licenses in my lifetime. The first one they lost and could not recover. And that sucked. So I ended up having to buy another one. So I ended up paying for 2 licenses, but I technically only have one. So, yeah, fun fact. Although it's not really fun, it's actually pretty expensive. Oops. I have an idea here. I'll goof around on her a little more, and then I kind of want to try something else. I kind of want to try making her closer to the pixel art style that I made. It's a challenge issued by one of my best friends who was like, I think you should try and hit this style. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, you kind of get the authentic treatment. Hot new, sweet new drops. Let me peep them. Share. Sharing is caring, Bear. Yeah, I just went back and looked at the the GG in the Lily stuffies again. Those are off the chain. We all know this. I'm a plushies fan. I'm a plushies fan. Y'all saw what I bought in Japan. I'm distracted by all this art. Yeah, there's definitely some 2D magic in that one, Mr. Pie. I don't even know if Pie's in here. Damn, that is 2D magic. Yo, that's cool. Giant booba tentacle face statues? Hell yeah. All right, but can we have big booba holy statues that are fountains where the rivulets of water are rolling down the body so we can get some really nice close-ups of this like marble statue? Man, I've been wanting to build something like that for a while. I'm just throwing it out there. Just putting that on the table. Could do some really cool shader work for something like that. I just have never had anywhere to put something like that. It's like, this would be cool. What's up, Frosty? Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing, Frosty? Hope all is well. Okay, I have a cool idea. What if we do... Oops. That was the wrong one, but that's okay. The best use of time? I think so. There's a lot of weird things that I've wanted to build in terms of like just cool art, cool game art stuff. But I mean, you know how it is. Actually, to be fair though, I do have the time now. That's the best part. Yeah, we should do something cool. We should do something cool like that. A lot of the stuff on the game is I want to do this. That's the best part of about that kind of a project is it leads people down super creative paths. Some of the stuff that I worked on for the game, the previous game I was on, um, were things I was really passionate about. Yes, yeah. Sometimes things will not work out. Yeah, that's I've had that happen a couple times in my own projects. I once worked on a mechanic on an airplane flight for like a business trip for one of my old jobs. And I came up with this cool mechanic. I came up with this cool mechanic. And then when I finally got home, I implemented the mechanic and it was terrible. But at the time, it seemed like a great idea. It seemed like a great idea. It was not. I'm glad I did it though, because that's one of those lessons you have to learn. Yeah, I kind of thought giving her a shirt would help. Who's the best Mario cast character? I'm going to say it's Princess Peach. You know, Peachy's got it. I'm also a DK fan. I'm a DK fan now. I never used to be, but Mario Party has swayed me to the way of the DK. I'm turning her into Chris Redfield from a medieval version of Resident Evil. Yo, where is your big Yoshi? Hold up. Yeah, bigger's better. You heard it here. Yeah, he's like the what was it? Was it the T virus in Resident Evil 1 or was that the G virus? G is 2 and T is 1. Yeah, cuz isn't the G virus the one that isn't the G virus the one that affects animals? Like that's why there's all the animals in the sewer and stuff. Today I learned there's different ones. Yeah, I get into the nerd lore for games and stuff like that. There's a bunch. Yeah, there's it's probably not an exaggeration that there's like 20. T makes zombies, G makes tyrants. Yeah, one specifically has the and I'm pretty sure it's G. It's the one that turns any sort of biological creature into basically a what you could argue is a practical weaponized version of that creature. All of this is to say that was the joke I was trying to make is that our girl here, she got hit with the G virus. I didn't realize I didn't realize this Resident Evil question would turn chat up like this. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm very proud of you. This is why we need to do October Resident Evil Marathon. We'll deep dive the lore. We'll have the lore master Chicky Nuggy in here. Yo, Leon has the best. Honestly, Leon probably has the best boobs in the series. But I'm gonna be real. All Resident Evils? Bro. Bro. I was thinking 1 through 3. I was thinking 1 through 3. I mean, if the people want it, we could do 1 through 4. We could do one. I'm a sucker for my boy Leon. We could do 1 through 4. But what we would do 1, 2, and 3 original on PlayStation, and then I would do 4 remake. I have to do 4 remake though. Yeah, I've played 4 remake. It's awesome. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I loved the original Resident Evil 4, but the remake is solid. It's so good. I was very pleased with how it turned out. I really was. I was a little worried, but it turned out great. So I have no complaints. It's hard to follow up Leon. Leon's a great character. I love Leon. I really do. I think he's a great character. I'm hoping they learn from 4 for Resident Evil 9. Like, I'm hoping they take some of the blood from Resident Evil 4 and mix it in with 9. Don't get me wrong, I like Ethan, but let's bring back some of the classic cast. Leon Star, Resident Evil 9. I'm in. Can we get the Leon Jill pair up? That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for best male boobs and best female boobs to team up. You feel me? You feel me? And then they press the hell yeah, dude, just like my fanfic. Real talk though, on my boy Chris, real fast. I like how Chris kind of just shows up as this like okay, so Chris is well, Chris has okay. Okay. Hold on. Chris has mass. But mass does not always mean best, okay? You can have best girl and you can have waifu. Those are two different things. Okay? That's why I'm saying Leon best chest, because in Resident Evil 4, man, he is cutting through that shirt. My boy is cutting through that shirt. But here's the thing. I like in Resident Evil how Chris has almost become like a mythic figure, right? He kind of just shows up out of the blue. It's like, oh shit, it's Chris. You know, oh shit, Chris. Like, this is cool, man. I like this mythic Chris we got. I want more. Want to hear something great? Look up Leon's Dead by Daylight injured sound effect. Oh no. Is this going to be cringe? Leon DBD injured. Dead. Oh my god, 11 minutes of the sounds of Leon Scott Kennedy. That's a lot. Let me see if they broke this down. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, it sounds like I'm listening to a porno. Hold on. Y'all gotta suffer through this. If I have to hear this, you have to hear this. Oh my god. What is this order? Oh my. It's just ASMR. Oh my god. Oh, there's 11 minutes of this. I'm not going for 11 minutes. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. They hired like a not safe for work voice actor from Twitter to do Leon. That's insane. All right, I need some Mario Party to cleanse my ears. That's my new ringtone, all 11 minutes of it. That's the new that's the new $1 million redeem. Instead of making me use red wax, you can force everyone to listen to 11 minutes of Leon moaning. Leon moans for 11 minutes, 1 million coins. Oh my gosh. I may actually do it. I'm gonna leave that page open. I may actually set that up. That is a hilarious redeem. It just mutes me and it blasts Leon moaning for 11 minutes. That is wild. I can't. I feel like everyone's like, yo, Dead by Daylight knows their audience. And I'm thinking like, I feel like someone on the team did this because that's what they wanted. I feel like someone in the voice studio was like, can we just get like, thanks, dude. We got it all. Let's do a couple more takes just in case. Why don't you just go for, I don't know, 11 minutes and let's see what happens. All right. Then he draws the shades. Uh-oh. Chat lore. It was actually Schlo that was the voice director. Could I get 11 more minutes of that? Thanks. And go. We've been blessed. Not even joking. Yeah, I respect that. Someone called you out on it. All right, I respect the transparency. I respect that. He was originally sounding more not moany, but they told him to moan more. Yeah. Leon just can't stop thinking about Ada. That poor boy. I'm waiting. Oh, also, Leon, Resident Evil 9, if it's got my boy Leon in it, could we finally have some more Ada? I need my sitcom rom-com boy-girl fix in the Resident Evil universe. Where the hell's the t-shirt? There it is. Boy meets girl. Girl avoids boy for 7 games. What happens next? Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I don't want a ton of stuff revealed about Ada. But I do want Ada to be featured in the game. I want like I want some kind of a story where Leon actually goes after Ada, right? Like pit them against each other as actual enemies. And have this conflict running through the game until the end when something happens. Right? They get married and they kiss. I'm just throwing that one. I'm just spitballing, right? That was just, there's no bad ideas right now. Lots of smooching. No bad ideas though. He officiates their wedding. I'm in. Isn't he dead though? Didn't Wesker officially die? And didn't he die in the volcano? And Chris wants to start. And Chris comes back. That's why Chris shows up. He's after Wesker. Yo, crispy Wesker. That's the tagline. Resident Evil 9. But it's spelled C. What is it? It's spelled CHRISPY WESKER. Crispy Wesker. Damn, dude. I hope someone from Capcom's in here. Get on it, boys. Crispy Wesker, dude. Exactly. Like what they did with Village. How they hid the 8 in the word village. It's perfect. It's perfect. You're not wrong, actually. He did fall into the volcano, and he was like, it's cool. I'm Wesker. No biggie. Okay, but what if we gave her a tight body? What if we gave her the Leon? Turn this shit off. There we go. We just turned. This is just turning into like Leon. What happened to your cool OC? Screw her. It's just Leon fan art now. You gotta have that big arch of the rib cage. Jill should always have a rocket launcher. Jill's awesome. Leon, Jill team up. Come on. I'm just saying. Jill, Leon team up win. Yo, tramp stamp? Hell yeah. I love that this is a mod. This is hilarious. I love modders. Can someone explain what a tramp stamp means? Like, why do people get it? Oh, that's a heavy one, dude. I'm gonna let someone in chat take that. Any lore masters in chat wanna... People like tattoos. Nuggy going in hot. Not wrong, to be fair. Why does a man climb a mountain? I'm still gonna make her a lady, though. I'm still gonna make her a lady. As much as I want to make her like a I don't even know what we would call her if she was a deer. Dion Kennedy, something like that. The D for the deer. That's terrible. All right, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this right. Yeah, I think tattoos are highly personal too. A lot of people get tattoos for different reasons. Sorry, I was lost in the shirt there for a minute. I've they never really bothered me, needles. I think the concept of needles is scary, but I don't know. I get like a flu shot every year. You know, basic stuff like that. Never bothered me too much. I think you just get used to it, you know? Yeah, you both have tattoos? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they're expensive. If you want to do them right, they're expensive. And you should, by the way. You should always choose to get a tattoo from an artist that's not a lunatic. ZBrush, what are you doing? What is this? Quit fucking around, ZBrush. Man, ZBrush, sometimes I swear. I swear. All right. Nah, I'm a no jacket Leon fan. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a jacket off, Leon. Stan. You feel me? I'm a jacket off, Leon Stan. You feel me? I'm a jacket off, Leon. Damn it, slow. Damn it. I was trusting you. Thank you for the follow. Leon's remake jacket? Yo, his remake jacket looks like Arctic Tundra remake. They made it like really puffy. His original jacket feels very summer. Oh, there may be no escaping this either. Look at this Mario Party. Yo, they almost soft locked. That was crazy. That was cray cray. Bruh, mobile clipping sucks. Hey, how about we just don't clip it? Right? Yo, I used to have a cool, like, military pack. But I don't anymore. With, like, knives and ammo belts and stuff. Oh, wait, maybe I do, actually. Maybe it's just the default one. It's definitely not looking like it's this one. There's a lot of stuff in here, though. Okay, that's just a box. That's just a box. What are you doing, guys? Voice crack? I do my voice cracks all the time. That's nothing new. That's like trying to call me out for Sculpt and Booba. Get him, he's Sculpt and Booba! Like, yeah, that's kind of his thing. All right, I'm just gonna merge some of these things. Get him, boys, lump him! I've noticed my voice cracks more on stream because I will say something and I'll say it without like a level of commitment that I would do in a normal conversation because I suddenly feel like I'm screaming. And then my voice will just give out sometimes. All right, let's... Where the hell are her legs? Hello? There they are. Let's turn the jacket off. Okay, I'm just going to merge a couple of these together. Let's do this. Let's merge the body. All right, merge down. No, nope, cancel. Okay, that's better. Merge down. What happens if we Dynamesh? 128? Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, I think I'll just merge some of these pieces together. I think that's the next obvious step. I know people ask me all the time, like, when do you decide to... Young artists will ask this question. When do you know you're done with Dynamesh and you move into like retopo and clean up like that? And it's different for every model, for every occasion, and for every situation. It's different for everyone. That's a Hex Ghost question. Oh, I should have merged the neck. I think it depends. I would definitely say though, you should be merging and remeshing as soon as you feel that the Dynamesh is not benefiting you in moving forward. Like as soon as you begin to feel like you're what I have always called and always known the term by noodling. When you're noodling, that's when it's time to call it quits. Merge your stuff and move on. Futzing, yeah, futzing works too. Actually, I knew that. I knew the TNT virus stood for tyrant. Just like the G in G virus stands for gross, because it makes a lot of weird, gross monsters. That's a lie, though. I don't actually know what the G stands for. Stands for goblin. All right, I usually use my fill forms brush to merge all the pieces together. So, and like basically soften the bridges between them. RE, but everyone's a short stack. Damn, there's a market for that for sure. I'm going to move these feet 100 subtools up. Yeah, we'll merge them now. Whatever, dude. Cute Thickups fighting zombies. Basically, yeah, that would be the plot. Marky Pin, welcome in. What's up? Hope you're doing well. Is that brush of your own making? Yes. Yeah, this is my MF Fill Forms brush. It's just really good. It's just really good at smoothing certain things, but it also fills these like volumes, right? So if I was to just smooth this, it kind of just washes out, but I can fill this volume in instead of washing away the surrounding detail. So if I just want to fill this cavity, turn this down, I can kind of fill that in. You can also use the brush modifier for the brush, and you can see how it kind of fills this surface like water filling a pool. So very cool. You can turn the mod in the other direction. It kind of just pushes or softens downwards. That makes sense. You kind of have to play with it, but you can see what it does. So it's not really a smooth brush so much as it is a like a fill forms. That's really the only thing I could think of. I'm sure there are other brushes that you could use to do kind of a similar technique. But you can also use it to build up and clean up Dynameshes pretty easily. That's what I use it for. Oh, we didn't Dynamesh this. Or merge it. Merge the feet. We'll merge the rest of the arms too. Not the hands, though. I almost never merge hands. That's my secret. Only merge hands if you absolutely have to. In most cases, you can hide the connection point between the hand, or you can project the wrist of the hand down to the wrist of the arm, and the seam will be imperceptible. And if there is a seam in the normal map or the AO or anything like that, it can be cleaned up so easily. So you don't really need to go through the whole process of merging. I never do. I never do. Cool. So we'll just fill forms again. Clean up those merged edges. Same with the feet. Perfect. All right. Duplicate. I'm going to see if I can keep groups. And let's see what turns out. He made you do the dishes? Take out the trash? Bro, I hate trash. I feel like I have to take trash out, like, all the time. You know what I'm saying? This seems... I'm going to say this seems usable. Although these cavities here... Insane, bro. What is happening? To take out the trash. It's true, though. All right, let's do this. Bro, ZBrush, why are you inventing polygroups? Bruh. Stop getting creative, ZBrush. Just do what you're told. I feel like mobile Twitch often gets the short end of the stick. Let me try something. All right, Alternative Z Remesher did a okay job. That is super annoying when they can detect what device you're on and then force you. Yeah, I think we're just going to kill the groups. This is actually a pretty good remesh. I'm not going to lie. That's actually pretty solid topology. Okay. What's the name of the method you use to separate meshes by grouping them by color? It's called polygroups. Polygrouping them. Yeah, you're welcome. Pretty awesome. It's the way to go. I use it all the time. Let me use the move brush. Wish the topology had been a little cleaner right here. But are we still on yesterday's Gamba? I'm pretty sure we paid it out last night. Let me check. It says in my variables that oh shit, you may be right. It says the prediction ID was generated at midnight on July 1st, or excuse me, 12:38 a.m. on July 1st, which is impossible for it to not be last night's. So yes. Oops. Scuffed game. Good catch. It was Red Wax that won last night, wasn't it? That's weird, because I remember pushing the button. I could have sworn we started it right at the beginning. All right, there you go. There you go. Get your gambas in if you would like to gamba. It's still pretty up in the air, honestly. 36 turns. We're on turn 36, so 14 turns left. But the game is still 2 stars divided evenly between Donkey and Yosh, and I think Luigi has 2 stars, and Mario has 0. Good night, Hex. Sleep well, sleep well. Thanks for dropping in and saying, what's up? Oops. Double. Check the inside. Let's merge these. Or project. Now, thanks for pointing that out, Nuggy. Wouldn't have been too catastrophic, because I guess it still would have been a fair gamba, but now's the perfect time to get your false hopes up. Just doing the mod's job. I believe you, Vic. I probably was deep in... I was in the zone, probably. Damn. Damn. Criminal. Sleepy foot? I know that feeling. Sleeping body parts they're a real experience. Man, there's so many weird Dynamesh like lumps I have to remove. No, my instinct is to sculpt this like a foot, but it's actually not a foot. I mean, technically it is. Technically, she is standing on her toes. Animals are technically walking on their toes. We are kind of the weird ones. But in this case, it works for me because she would stand like this. Man, I'm tempted to play Luigi's Mansion 2, Dark Moon. But I just could not. I beat Luigi's Mansion 3. But boy howdy, that in-game Luigi's Mansion 3, where they run you around that manor for like another 4 hours before you can actually finish the game, that was almost too much for me. I almost quit. Having the stupid cat steal your bauble for every floor over and over again just to pad out the game more. I was like, this is a bad decision. More weird edge loops. Whatever. Whatever, dude. I feel like I'm just getting super into the anatomy. I'm completely going quiet. This is usually me when I was working in an office, too. People would have to come over and, like, jab me to go to lunch. Like, dude, you gonna fucking eat something today? It's like, oh shit, what time is it? Sorry. I was completely absorbed in my work, and I forgot you existed. Yeah, not quite the boxing term for jab. Not a fighter's jab. Yeah, I have it's either a really good habit or a really bad habit, depending on who you ask, of getting absolutely sucked into my work. But it's because it's like, I don't know, there's something really engrossing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing. Here's one thing I've learned over time as I've gotten older. When I was younger, I used to see certain habits of mine as like bad habits, like facts about myself that I needed to change in terms of like the way I work or the way I instinctually do things or operate. And it's like, oh, you shouldn't do it that way. I shouldn't do it this way, blah, blah, blah. That kind of horse shit. You know what I'm saying? But I've eventually just started taking whatever um, perceivable like issues I have and turning them into strengths, like finding ways to turn, as cheesy as it sounds, finding ways to turn those weaknesses into strengths, right? So it's like, oh, I get lost in my work. It's like, well, then that's something I should be doing. If I get lost into the work, that means I can do that work for long periods of time and not complain. That's probably work I should be doing. That's where I'm going to be the most beneficial person. That kind of stuff. I tend to really like organization, and I tend to really like understanding how things work. No scammer, no last minute gamblers. 5 turns left. Remember to eat, stand up, and stretch. I saw sandwich as well, actually. I saw remember to eat a sandwich and stretch. Grilled cheese? Grilled cheese is good too. You butter your bread, get it nice and crispy. Man, this is literally just turning into an anatomy study now. No complaints from me. Damn it, Bowser. Yeah, seriously. The turnout for the stars on this map is kind of crazy sometimes. Sometimes there's no stars at all. But this is a pretty high turnout for stars. Bro, there is a lot of fuck you minigames in Mario Party 1. There's a lot of like, you just lose, you're a single player in Mario Party, you lost the minigame, everyone else wins but you kind of stuff. Or lots of one-player minigames where it's like, oh, I'm having fun, no one else is. Such an interesting design choice. Dang, Luigi and Mario getting roasted. Wait, is there no Boo on this map? I can't look. There might not be a Boo on this map. There is a Boo? Okay. This is such a weird secret map, too. Because it's like, it's a secret map, but it's not a difficult one. It's like a secret map that's technically considered a baby map. I don't know. Mario Party 1 is so weird. Like, what a weird... Mario Party is kind of a weird project in general. But Mario Party 1 is such a weird, like a fascinating experience. Because you look at Mario Party 2, and Mario Party 2 is like the quintessential Mario Party. Exactly. It feels very first game. Almost like this was a prototype. Smart move, Dong. Smart move. Glad he didn't try and shaft Yoshi. And he's going for the star? Yo, things are looking good for DK. Another one-player minigame, dude. All right, I've got to fix her hips. Her bones are all over the place. Yes. Someone wanted that minigame for the wrong reasons. All right, let me turn the armor back on. Yeah, this is a sick remix. No, I lied. It was pretty terrible. All right, that chance time could have gone a lot worse. Let's be real. Yeah, I got to admit, after the legendary throw, Squid, welcome in. Welcome in. Odinov, welcome in. Yeah, we did a little merging. We decided to put her together. Is this the last turn? We'll double check right afterwards, but I think it's the last turn. But I also think DK has a chance to make it to the star. That's the funny thing, though. Like we play a lot of these Mario parties, and Yoshi never once. Well, okay, Yoshi has at one point in time had like 3 consecutive wins in a row, but Yoshi, I feel like is never a super strong contender. I feel like it's Luigi, DK, and Peach. They seem to have some sort of unrealistic bias. But I will admit, Yoshi has been the underdog and come through a few times. But he hasn't achieved the legendary status. Yeah, last turn, DK gonna get that star. Easy star on DK's point. What? What happened? What happened there? What's happening? Yoshi, don't you do it. Yo, Yoshi better. I don't think Yoshi has the happening star. I think Yoshi may have thrown the game. Dude, what is it? Oh my god. What is happening, dude? Oh my gosh. I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen, dude. Wow. Wow. I was 100% sure Mario was going to steal that star from Luigi. I'm going to be shocked if Yoshi comes through as the star lead in this one. Oops. Oh my god, calm down, Mario. All right, let's see. All right, Luigi taking the lead. Mario got the coin lead. Oh, it's over. It's over unless Yoshi or Dong gets all two. All right, the next one needs to go Yoshi. But I don't even think Yoshi has the coins for it. Yeah. I think if Yoshi hadn't stolen it, we could have had a Dong win. Because they would have been tied. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Thank you for the follow. All right, well, Dong falls to his death. We'll go again. As predicted, Yoshi throws again. Dong, so disappointed in his partner, decides to eat his own tie in shame. Pink coming in to celebrate. Uber forever. Thank you, thank you. We all agree with that. Yeah, what a game. What was that? We got a rematch. We got to have a rematch now. We got a rematch. Get your coins in. The Red Waxers are feeling insanely confident tonight, holding 73% of the pot. Are we going to let that stand, Gray Clayers? Need to paint her hooves black. Almost only had 200 coins. Oh my gosh. All right, we're running it back. Same teams. Well, you can't predict the teams, to be real. But same characters. No. Not normal. Hold on. All on hard. All right, do we run back the same stage? These are the real questions. I feel like Yoshi's Tropical Island is always an insanely star-heavy game. We're going to go Yoshi's Tropical. We're going to do the rematch on a tropical island. Huge 50-turn gamba. Let's go. Yoshi Island covered in fruit, as expected. Writes his name in the sand, just so no one gets confused as to whose island this is. Okay, interesting teams here. Dong and Luigi for gray clay, Mario and Yosh for red wax. Okay. Shut up, Toad. Yeah, Yoshi throw incoming? Probably. Toad getting tossed around. Yo, Toad getting absolutely destroyed right now. He is going to have some stories for his wife tonight. Getting vored like crazy right now. Absolutely. Put Andy on the foot. There enough polygons? Just so they know. Just so everybody knows whose toy it is. What's up, Bubba? Thanks for that follow. How's it going? How's it going? Booba confirmed too powerful. Also, symmetry required. I think I had a different material selected. Yeah, because when I select this one, she gets really dark. Or like, not really dark, just really washed out. Because it's like the gray overlaid on the colors. A lot of my skin tones pipe in some amount of color. All right, well, let's save. Do a quick save. Like, was it you, Squid? I'm pretty sure it was you. Where you just kind of work from quick save to quick save for year after year. That's kind of how I work. It is a bad habit, though. I do recommend starting fresh, because you will get corrupt tools, like what happened to you. All right, let me. Didn't lose much. Good, good. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just a lesson that I think everyone learns at some point. The Z projects they're good. Like, conceptually, they're cool. But they also just have a lot of, a lot of, possible flaws. The flaws being, sometimes they just completely don't work anymore. Yeah, that's kind of a common thing that happens. That is the sign of a person that's never been properly burned by a project. As soon as your first project causes you to lose days and days of work, or just completely fails and you figure out it's the project, usually people don't ever do that again. The only reason I uh, work in quick saves as often as I do is because I regularly change out, and I also have a quick save every 5 minutes for the past however many quick saves I have. So I have 20 quick saves. So I have like an hour and a half of saves. And then once I get to a certain point in my project where I'm feeling good about the project, I will almost always save it out properly. Only modify it while it's lowest subdivision. Oh, it's because I got the boobs hidden. I was like, what is going on, dude? Hold on, hold on. Is my picker being weird? Yeah, continuous Z. That's what you want. I've told some stories before about teaching. I used to work with some teachers that told students not to use Dynamesh. Like, never use Dynamesh. It's too messy. You should always, the kind of shit that you hear where they're like, you should always box model what you're going to model beforehand in Maya first, and then import it, and then subdivide it. And it's like, are you a fucking lunatic? What are you talking about? No one in their right mind is going to do that. That's the world I came from before the power of Dynamesh was unleashed upon the world. Yep. We used to make them really low poly, like couple hundred quads. Gosh, do they still have it? No, it's not going to be on the brushes. Yeah, maybe it's not in here. Maybe I'm thinking of an older one. But yeah, there used to be... Hey, what's up, DIX? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, just... Man, those old techniques, box modeling stuff in Maya and then importing it into ZBrush, and what a time. What a time. So here's some ZBrush lore for those that don't know. Back in the day, if you accidentally, I forget how it happened specifically, but you could accidentally drop stuff to the canvas, and if you turned off, if you turned this off and went into this mode, where you're drawing in 2D, there was no way to get your tool back. Like, your tool was essentially flattened. And so you couldn't just hit T and get your tool back. It was gone. Like, if you didn't save it, you were screwed. And that happened to me once while I was in school. I accidentally flattened it. And it was like, I'd put in a lot of work. And I remember I had to redo it all within like a day. And turn it into my teacher the next day. And I remember the most I remember this. I've never forgotten this. I turned it in, and he called every student over one by one because it was lab time. He called everyone over one by one to give them feedback on his or her work. And I sat down, and he loaded my tool, and he looked at it. You know, he did one of these. He kind of flew around, inspected some stuff, checked out the subtools, and kind of looked them over and how it was broken up. And he just kind of sat back in his chair, and then he looked over at me and said, "You know, Merc, you're better than this." And that was it. That was it. That was his feedback. And that stung. That stung because it was good, honest, harsh critique. Because I knew exactly what he meant. I knew what he was saying, right? He was saying, "I've seen you do good work. This is not good. And I don't know what happened, but you're better than this." Right? And I've never forgotten that. I've never forgotten that. And I work hard, and when people bring me onto a team, when I work on a project, when I work on my own stuff, I push myself. I go as hard as I can. And I do it because, for me, there's a big part of that that comes from knowing personally that I'm better than that. You know what I mean? I'm better than just shitting the bed and walking away and being like, "Don't care. I don't care what happens. I don't give a shit." You know what I mean? I know that I'm better than that. So, yeah, kind of a that's just hitting. That just hits hard. But yeah, that was the I'll roll this one back. That was a great learning moment. I mean, he was a good teacher. He knew what to say, and the reality of it all was I knew he was right. And there was nothing I could say. There was no poor college kid defense I could summon. It was like, oh no, this happened or that happened. It was just like he's right, you know? He's right. And I respect that. I've always tried to be that kind of a mentor or that kind of an instructor. I've never been in a situation where I had to tell someone, you know, you're better than this, you're better than that. But that always sat with me as like that's the level of honest that you need sometimes if you're teaching people. The drop to the canvas thing was one of the things that drove you away from ZBrush when you were first learning. Took you 3 attempts to finally see the light. Yep. I didn't have time to not like it. Like a um couple of my earliest jobs, my first here, I'm gonna hit you guys with a Merc fact right now. My first job out of college was um working on a game. Some of you may remember, some of you may not. My first game out of college that I worked on was a game called Sony Home. Sony Home. It was this virtual world. Think of Mii's on the Nintendo Switch or the Xbox Live avatars. Sony was doing that. Yeah, it ended up being released as PlayStation Home. But when I was working on it, it was Sony Home. And it became PlayStation Home. And I was part of the character art team. I ended up making a shit ton of costume pieces for that game. I made hairstyles, I made outfits, I did tons of that stuff. And all of that work was done in ZBrush. All of that work was done in ZBrush. So out of school, self-taught, I had to learn even more ZBrush. There was no option to what the fuck is going on there? There was no option, you know, to not partake. These are interesting bullets. That one kind of looks like a bullet. This one kind of looks like a cartoon. This one does not. This one looks like something completely different. This one kind of looks like a cartoon bullet, though. Or something else. Especially that color kind of it's not selling me on the cartoon bullet theme. We were in elementary school when that came out. Yeah. I was already in your life. Yeah. There's a lot of things I don't actively talk about. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I can't keep my eyes open and talk at the same time right now. um, do you guys want to hear the murkiest Merc story of them all? Do you want to hear how one of my assets got rejected from PlayStation Home? It's very you're going to understand immediately. It's extremely Merc. This is who I've always been this way. I've always been this way. Like that's even a question. So when I was working on Sony Home, when I was working on PlayStation Home, we had the power to basically come up with, design our own costumes and our own assets. And of course it's me. So it's me. So it's me, and I put in, and no one tells me not to. I put in full-on lingerie. I put in like baby doll nightie with sheer texture. Okay, I put in like intricately detailed lace bra as like a costume piece. Lots of booba. I'm going in. And I turn these fucking pieces in, and they get through all the checks. No one stops me. No one stops me. However, eventually, Sony team had to look it over. And as you can imagine, they weren't exactly stoked about some of the work that I put in. So a pretty hefty portion of my work got tossed out because some executives were not vibing on the Merc work. So sadly, a portion of my work got completely tossed into the trash. Yeah, that's big fucking true. I tried. I tried, dude. I was on the ground floor trying to get the good shit into the content. I was fighting for the homies before I even knew you guys. That's that's kind of my career too. I've mentioned some of my career experiences before, so I won't bore you guys with all the stories. Maybe some other time, but there were definitely some experiences in my career where The only way I can describe it is my knowledge of anatomy was good enough to make other people uncomfortable. That's kind of cute. And other people don't know how to deal with their feelings, especially if they're even remotely sexual or sensual. So you end up with a really awkward bunch of people that, and these are the people that, here, I'm going to break it down for you right now. Okay. Full, this is how the sausage is made. Okay. Some of the most prudish and easily offended or easily made uncomfortable people in the world are the safe for work artists. They're the people that believe that what you and I do or what you and I like is wrong. And it's not. I don't stand for that shit. But they're easily offended. And, HR folks are the people that are ready to basically sacrifice you because what you're doing or what you do in your free time makes them uncomfortable. And yeah, I've seen a lot of people and I've met a lot of people that perceive the work as, some sort of message, where the message is like, it's not a message. It's just art. It's just the shit I like to make. But yeah, some of the most intolerant artists I've ever met have been safe for work artists. Like hands down. Hands down. The amount of not safe for work artists or even not safe for work consumers that I've met that had like an unrealistic intolerance for certain things, yeah, they're out there. You'll meet people that will justify one thing and then crucify another. And you're like, wow, that's really the, pot calling the kettle black. Like, this is crazy. Check yourself, right? But I've met so many safe for work artists that they feel like my knowledge of anatomy is somehow like problematic. Like, wow, you're really good at drawing women. It's like, I don't understand. Like, I've literally had people tell me that you're really good at drawing women. And I'm like, what's the subtext here? What are you trying to say? Because you're not saying anything. You're just being kind of a shitter about it. And it's obvious too. It's like, I get what you're fucking saying too. Like, I'm not stupid, right? I get it. You're uncomfortable. I had a few coworkers at times. I had a fucking coworker. I brought in a programming book called Head First, and it had a woman on the cover, and the camera was facing down at her, and she was looking up at the camera. And my coworker walks over and he's like, "Oh, what's that? Looks kind of sexual." And I'm like, "It's a fucking programming book. What the hell are you talking about?" Dude, why am I the rational one? Like, I should be the irrational fucking cowboy out here that's sculpting booba and like doing the crazy shit. And it's other people that are rolling up into my space like, whoa, dude, you might want to rein it in. And it's like, compared to you, I am reined in. Don't come into my house and start telling me about that shit. Get the fuck out of here. Miss me with that. How do safe for work artists learn anatomy? There are some safe for work artists out. Full transparency, safe for work artists, 85% of the time, they fucking suck at anatomy. 85, 90% of the time, their anatomy is way fucking worse than the not safe for work artists. The not safe for work artists, they thrive on anatomy. Anatomy is their key point. Now, look, I'm not saying you're going to go into the not safe for work sphere and you're going to be pulling like god tier anatomy out of a hat. No, there's a lot of bad anatomy there, but some of the best artists working on anatomy are doing not safe for work stuff. Period. Period. That's it. End of story. So this topic gets me fired up because I've had so many run-ins with people. Oops. I've had numerous run-ins with people where somehow they decide that they are somehow superior to me or that I'm problematic or that, you know, I like things. It's like, motherfucker, I've been married for 15 years, happily. What are you talking about? Quit projecting, dog. You're the one that's in an unhappy, loveless marriage. What are you fucking coming at me for, dude? Get off your high horse. It bothers me. I'm sorry. It bothers me. It bothers me. And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. Dude, look for Vic. Look, and I know you know this, right? I know you know this. But the most dynamic art comes from not safe for work artists. Perspective, proportion, dynamic angles, turning forms in 3D space on 2D planes with drawings the way fucking only the best artists can, right? And you're rarely finding that in the safe for work space. I can think of a few people off the top of my head in the safe for work space who are slaying it. And they're not out there drawing porn. The rest of them, they just don't have it in them. They can't do it. And that's not to say that safer work artists won't draw like nude models and things like that. Of course they do. Of course they do. But, you know, if you're a homie and you're in chat and you're an artist and you probably like what I make, it's probably because I go the extra mile, right? I don't just commit to I'm learning anatomy for the sake of learning anatomy. A lot of people learn quote unquote anatomy and then they move on. But when you do it in a capacity like I do it, or like anyone else that's pursuing the not safe for work space, right? If you're pursuing it and you're learning it in that capacity, it's probably because you're extremely passionate about it. And I see it this way. Safe for work, anatomy and safe for work is often more of a tool. It's more of a single use tool. Something you need to know, something you need to have in your repertoire, right? But anatomy, for anyone doing not safe for work, or anyone that, you know, is an anatomy junkie like me, and I do both. I do not safe for work stuff. I do anatomy stuff because I just love doing it. Whatever. When you're in that space, when you're doing it because it's something you really love or something you enjoy or something you need to do, it's not a tool anymore. It becomes a really important skill that you need to develop. But yeah, I just don't have that. I just don't have the patience for that shit anymore. I just can't. Like, oh, I see you really like to sculpt women. Tell me about that. It's like, what do you want me to say? What answer are you looking for? Right? What do you want me to tell you, man? Do you want me to sit here in this meeting and tell you that I love boobs? I'm really into them? Because that's going to make this awkward, but that seems like what you want me to say. And if I say it, it's going to make it really awkward. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't seem like you actually want me to tell you the truth. No, for real. It's like, greetings, heterosexual male. I see you like women. But that's the thing. Like I sculpt women. I like them. I think women are attractive and beautiful. The sculpting of the human form has been the quest of human artists for thousands of years. And then I sculpt a woman and people freak out. And it's like, oh, wow. I see you sculpt a lot of attractive women. You seem like a problem. And it's like, I'm attracted to women. I don't, what? Am I, yeah, like, am I just supposed to sculpt unattractive people? Like, that's not what I want. I'm going to sculpt whatever the fuck I want. It just blows my mind, dude. It fucking just weirds me out. I see you like to sculpt women. Yeah, I do. What are you, new here? Like, yeah, that's what every man would do with the power. Right? And I say that with all sincerity and honesty. If you have the power to do it, you do. Right? It's like, oh no, I would never draw a nude woman. How disrespectful. It's like, oh, that's, when people talk like that, it's just the cringiest shit on the planet. How disrespectful. It's like, oh my God. Like, I can't even, dude. I can't. Please stop. Do I have my filter loaded? I do. She looks kind of cool with the filter on. Her eyes look really good. Dang. Yeah, and it's difficult because, like, I'm not sorry. Like, I don't apologize. I don't feel bad. I don't regret anything that I do when I make art, because here's the thing. Every artist has a subject matter that is deeply meaningful to them, that represents something or embodies something, or that they are just obsessed with, right? For me, it's not painting still lives of apples and bananas or vases with flowers in them. That's not it, right? But for some people, it might be. For some people, it's landscapes. I have a friend who loves clouds. Like, his subject matter of choice is clouds. And he paints the most beautiful cloud pictures and the most beautiful cloud story imagery. And it's magical, right? But I love boobs, bro. Like, that's not shock. This should be shocking to no one. To no one. Like, oh my God, what's wrong with this man? He's really into boobs. Something weird's going on. It's like
he's a red-blooded
it's almost like he's a red-blooded American man. It blows my mind, dude. It blows my mind. Odinov, do you, man. Sculpt what you need to sculpt. Don't let other people. Here's the thing. I have this saying that I got from my stepdad. It's the best saying, and I'm passing it on to all of you, okay? I'm going to tell you what the saying is, and then I'm going to break it down real fast. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I love it, and I live by it. And I think you should too. Here's the thing. Don't let other people put their shit in your bucket, okay? And here's what he told me. Everyone in life is carrying around a bucket of shit. Their problems, their regrets, their emotions, their repressed bullshit, their day job, their trauma, all that shit. Everyone has a bucket of shit, and they're carrying it around. And as soon as they have the opportunity to dump their bucket into yours, they will. So if someone has a repressed emotion about a sexual feeling when they see a boob, they instantly don't want you to enjoy that thing. And so they try and dump their shit in your bucket. Fuck that. Don't let them do it. Don't let other people decide what you can and can't like. That's the biggest level of horse shit I've ever seen. And I don't stand for it. And I won't stand for it. And I'll continue to do whatever the fuck I want. And I'll sculpt what I want. You only get one good go at life. You might as well do what you can while you're here. And I've been through it. I've had other people, shitting in my bucket. I've had other people, trying to tell me what to do. And imply that one thing or another should be the thing that I do, like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't enjoy that thing. It's like, fuck you. I'm not doing anything wrong. It is good advice. It really is. Yeah. Mrs. Merck just said it perfect. It's essentially boundaries. That's what the advice is telling you. Set boundaries and don't let people cross those boundaries. Boundaries for your own personal art, yourself, for your emotions, for your expressions, for the way you feel. Don't let other people shit in your bucket or dump their shit in your bucket. Yeah, Mrs. Merck said, if you don't protect yourself, you're literally going to make yourself sick. You will. And whether it's a physical sickness, whether it's an emotional sickness, it's up to you to protect yourself from that. It's like I say all the time, like no one is going to protect you, right? No one else is looking out for you. When other people show up and they're having a bad day, they're not concerned with protecting you from their bad day or their bad emotions. They're not, right? Just like when people ask me like, oh, Merc, how can I get really good at anatomy, but I don't want to do any of the work? I just want to get really good at it really fast. It's like, well, you can't, right? The only way you could do that is you have someone who lives in your house with you and they wake up an hour before you do so that they can wake you up, and then they coach you through the day and push you to do the work that you don't want to do. And then at the end of the day, they coach you on how you're going to do it tomorrow. And then you go to bed and they stay up late and they work on the next lesson plan or they work on more stuff and then they go to bed. This person doesn't exist, dude. Your parents aren't even going to do that shit for you. Thank you for that follow. Midnight? Thank you. So, I have the mask turned up. Yeah, I like that outline. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. I am not a fan of other people having terrible dog shit opinions about things they don't understand. And in my experience, the people who have often had these opinions are always the people that are the least qualified to have them. Right? The people who are trying to affect the way that you work, they're trying to influence your decision making on the art that you want to make or the things that you're passionate about. Yo, Frosty. Return to your positions, everybody. It's just a 13-man raid. Thank you for that raid, Frosty. Welcome in. Hope your stream was going super awesome. Hope you got a lot of work done. I was just ranting, as per Merc usual, you know. Just got to get me fired up, and I start ranting. But yeah, the people who want to have an opinion on your art or the work that you're doing or the themes that you're excited about, those people are always the least qualified to have that opinion. Because they're probably not artists. They probably don't understand art. And yeah, I say that. I say people don't understand art. I'm not making excuses for it. But there are a lot of people out there that don't understand why you and I wake up in the morning and ZBrush until we go to bed. They're like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I don't get how you could just work on a piece. You know, why don't you just make them faster? And it's like, because it's not about making them fast. It's about making them to the quality level that appeals to me. You know, it's just like, that's just, or producers or business suits, executives. What's up, Seedless Melons? Yeah, we doing a little furry girl. Let's get a zoom in on her. She's extra cute. I'm just working on a little nice, cute render for her, just testing her out. Thank you. Yeah, she's cute. This is an OC of mine. This is Oakland. She's like a deer hunter, basically. A soldier. They're like elves in this fantasy world I came up with. I came up with this for a game, but I never actually finished making the game. So the lore just kind of exists without any use at the moment. But you never know. I might make it into a proper game at some point. I'm going to clean this ear up. The game was like a tactical strategy, like Final Fantasy Tactics or things like that. And there's like, there's humans. There was a like mechanical robot style characters. And then I've always wanted to do something animal driven. So of course, I think deer girls are super cute. And I just really liked the idea of a deer girl with a deer girl that was a hunter. So a deer girl with a gun. Something about that's just cute. It kind of changes up the tradition of like the hunter hunting the deer girl or the deer, and now the deer has the gun. It was just funny imagery, and then it kind of led to me making them like this elf-like creature, you know. So they live in the woods, and you know, their country is war torn, and a splinter faction of them have had enough, and they've decided to take up arms and do something to protect their relatively pacifist, countrymen, if you will. And of course, they're all ladies because ladies are cute, and I was just screaming about why I do what I want and I sculpt ladies. So they're all cute ladies, like the Viera and Final Fantasy 12. It's always been something of a massive issue, the business side of things, being entirely ignorant of the art side of things. Absolutely. Absolutely. That guy. 100%. I've been a lot of things in my life, and I've been a programmer. And in my experience, I don't think I'm a great programmer, but I do think that artists make good programmers. You know why? Because artists understand the value of a sketch. Programmers want to make things correct. They want to engineer something. I get it. Don't get me wrong. But when you're doing programming stuff for something that is not like a nuclear missile base, when you're doing it for a video game or a creative project, your ability to iterate and sketch is very important. And artists get that. But you cannot adopt an artist's mindset unless you are an artist. That's something that you develop and you learn and you ingest over time. You know? The hunted became the huntress. The hunter became the prey. It's true. I'm also just really happy with her eyes. They're very simple, but you know, if we make this little, see how we can improve the eye by just doing that? Check that out. So they're kind of fuzzy, but if we darken up the core like a shade, ooh, it adds this subtle piercing pop to her eye. Gives that halo a little kick. Oh, I fully agree that guy. I fully agree that artists sometimes will throw out the baby with the bathwater in terms of business. There is a balance, but the problem is that the balance becomes very rapidly imbalanced when an executive gains control and they think they know what people want when it's the artists that people want. And artists have visions that people buy, but executives are selling what people want. So they make artists do things they don't want to do. And you get this really, it's almost like taking a steel beam and shearing it in different directions, like twisting each end from different directions and watching the metal scream and creak and crack and tear and shred itself. And that's what happens in some of the best businesses. Some of the best game companies have suffered. You know, look at Konami. Konami's a shithole. Look at what happened with them. You know, it was them just basically being like, we don't care about creative ideas. We don't care about a vision. We just want money. And it's like, okay, you've kind of lost sight with the people who were making you money. You've thrown it away. And there's also the problem that people think art is super easy and accessible. And accessibility is one thing, like the ability to make art. I think everyone can make art and be an artist, but to make art that is at the caliber that some companies make art at, that shit is difficult. It's not easy. It takes years of time to do, years of time to develop the craft to do it. They think it's so easy a robot can do it. Exactly. They're about to learn the hard fucking way. How many polys do the eyes have? A lot. A lot. 200 and what is it? 260,000 points. So 260,000 polys. I really need to fix up her hair, man. Should we? I'm just going to clean this up real fast. I can't anymore. Her hair is cute, but it looks like chocolate cake. Kind of like fell on her face. The slicked back hair is, I'm not gonna lie. Women with slicked back hair, that shit's fire, dude. That shit's fire. Hold on. It's usually the C-suite. Yeah. Yeah, they do shit the bed. Yeah. Yeah, everyone thinks that whatever they're working on now is the next big, like, money printer. The forever money butt. They have no perspective on art or artistic sense. It's about the money. Yeah, 100%. It always ends up being about the money. Like, that's what happens with big companies. It devolves into, Vic, bro, rest well. Thanks for hanging out. Dude. Sleep well. I'll catch you next time. Don't worry, we'll be running some different times. We'll be streaming at different times very soon, now that I have free time to work on this more. But yeah, I mean, take a look at it. Take a look at any. Here's the basic company formula. Okay, I'm going to break it down for you. I'm sure you're all well aware of this, but this is how it works. Company makes game. Company spends $2 million on game. Game is great. Game sells $100 million in copies. Company says we got to make next game, but next game we're going to spend $50 million. Well, there's a huge fucking problem. Now that game has to make at least $50 million or everyone loses their jobs. This seems like a fucking problem. But market research says they'll make the money. So they make the game for $50 million. And guess what? Game sells really well. Makes a $500 million. Time to make the next one. Only this one we're going to spend $500 million on, right? It's the movie formula bullshit. It's like every time you make something and it succeeds, the cost of the next one doubles, triples, quadruples, you know? Pentuples, sextuples, octuples. So you end up with this super fucked pipeline where it's like, you what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to tell management? What are you supposed to tell them? Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't spend $100 million on this fucking game. And it's like, okay, but if we don't spend $100 million on this game, we're not going to make $500 million. So we want to make $500 million because we want to impress our shareholders. And we need to make more money because our shareholders want more money. We are legally obligated to earn more money. So make big game and make more money. Real talk, Nintendo is some kind of like, they have this unicorn situation in the industry where they fit and they make content. They make a Zelda game. You know that Zelda game was expensive, okay? Both of them. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, those are expensive games. The reason they made Tears of the Kingdom is because they wanted to save some money, because they spent a lot of money on Breath of the Wild, guaranteed. But Nintendo also very clearly understands, and you can tell if you look at their hardware, they don't think that expensive hardware is what gets sales. They never have, and they never will. That's the Nintendo method. They're not trying to win you over by impressing you with how big the hard drive is on their console or how powerful the GPU is. And despite people out there being like, I wish Nintendo would just make a killer console and slay butts and put a 4080, GTI fucking in the console and just kill every other console out there. And it's like, yeah, but you do understand that the amount of money that they have to put into that console means you have to pay more, right? Which means Nintendo has to spend more, which means Nintendo has to earn more money, which means Nintendo spends more money on their games, which means if they don't earn a certain amount of money, they lose an insane amount of money, which means they fire artists. And there are artists who've worked at Nintendo for 40 fucking years. They've worked their entire career there. Right? When was the last time you heard Nintendo come out and announce they were laying off 2,500 employees? Seriously, when was the last time you heard Nintendo come out and say, we're laying off 1,000 employees? Bummer, sorry. Right? Right? So they're doing something right. Yeah. Iwata took he took $1. He basically took $1, right? Or the equivalent of $1. He took like 100 yen or something like that as his salary for the year because he was like, the Wii U's a failure. That money should be going elsewhere. I'm taking $1. Fucking insane, dude. Insane. I have so much respect for that. That is a man who loved what he did, which was making video games. Then, when he was promoted to the role where he was in charge of making video games, he genuinely fucking felt responsible for making great products for customers, for his employees. That shit is so... You're not going to find that at Blizzard or Activision or Ubisoft. Those people are in it because they are businessmen. They're in it because they went to CEO school, basically. Iwata was a programmer, right? He was a ground floor man. And a legend, by the way. Yeah, and Reggie Fils-Aimé was I don't know a lot about Doug Bowser, but Reggie Fils-Aimé was one of the last great businessmen to step in and really represent a company and love that representation. Reggie did a good job. Undeniably. Undeniably. Yeah, great marketing mind. Absolutely. And with a great mind like that comes the need for understanding, right? Yeah, he was marketing for Pizza Hut. Yeah. His story's crazy. He's a fascinating guy. And I stand behind it. Like, Nintendo has some, don't get me wrong, I know there's people that are like, Nintendo has dog shit practices. And it's like, yeah, they do. They do have some archaic practices. They do. And oftentimes, they're fucking 2 decades behind everyone else. But they still haven't laid off 2,500 people. Right? They're still making some of the best, most reliably fun games in the market. Capcom is also slaying butts. They're killing it. Right? So it can be done. But yeah. I don't agree with everything Nintendo's done. I'm not saying that I do. I'm just saying Nintendo isn't following the same formula every other company is. And that says something when you turn around and you look at some of these companies and you ask yourself, like, what the fuck are they doing? Why are they doing this? You know? Nintendo violently protects their IPs because Nintendo's nothing without their IPs, right? Imagine a Nintendo that didn't have Mario or Zelda or Metroid or Star Fox or Donkey Kong, right? Would you have bought a Nintendo Switch? Would you have even considered a GameCube or a Nintendo 64 if they didn't have that? Would you have considered a Wii or a Wii U, would you have considered any underpowered console that Nintendo had on offer if it didn't have the quality of games that Nintendo has? Of course not. What would be the point? That'd be like today if you went out and you bought like an 80, or you bought like a 780, right? That's your graphics card. You go out and you buy a 780. And it's like, why? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you buying this? It's like, I don't know. It's just I prefer 780. It's like you're crippling yourself. There'd be no reason to, you know? The market would not let that happen. So it's a fascinating, the games industry and the games market and all this stuff is very fascinating. Which is why I'm still mad that Sony Home, PlayStation Home, didn't let me make my booba sculpts, which were clearly good. The GameCube? I don't think the GameCube was a failure. And I actually enjoyed the Wii U. I'm not saying they had a lot of great games on it, though. But I chose to get a GameCube and I chose to get a Wii U over. I didn't get a PlayStation 4. I got a Wii U. And I don't regret it. And I still don't have a PlayStation 5 because that shit is too expensive. It's not available and it has no games I want to play. So why would I buy that? Once again, it just stands on like the practicality of it. I'm also 37, so I just don't give a shit about graphics anymore. That shit means nothing to me, unfortunately. Like, I just don't care. It's like a Hollywood movie with tons of visual effects. It's just boring. I want a story. The movie could cost, you know, $75,000, and it would probably be better than almost anything that's produced by Hollywood right now. Because at least they'd have to be fucking creative. Something that there seems to be a lack of in a lot of markets right now. And I've said this story before. I have a stepbrother, and we were talking about video games at one point, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I play a lot on Nintendo Switch." And his response, which is valid, I'm not criticizing anyone that likes graphics. His response was, "Yeah, I'm more of a graphics man. You know, I'm more of like a PS5 gamer. I'm more of a PC gamer." Because, you know, that's what I like. I like that kind of stuff. The Nintendo's, it's not powerful enough. It's not giving me what I want. And I'm like, that's understandable. But most of the games that I own and play on the Nintendo Switch, I love. Some of my favorite games, either my favorite games of all time that I've repurchased, or new games that are coming out that I actually like. But in terms of graphics, some of my favorite games are pixel art games from the 90s. So graphical, you know, prowess is, to me, it's meaningless, right? It's the age-old equivalent of, oh, what's your favorite book? It's like, oh, I like this one because it has a pretty cover, you know? Well, that's kind of meaningless, right? Or I like this one because the font's real big. It's easy to read. It's like, are you blind? Are you 87? Then why are you judging this book on how big the font is? They're all over a decade old? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Don't get me wrong. I'm over here sculpting like fucking $30 million deer head or 30 million poly deer head. This thing has millions of polygons in it. I'm going for that look, but it's like, I'm also not going for hyper real. I'm also not making a bunch of like decisions. This is something, I've done this in a couple nights, right? Think about this. If you're working on an Overwatch character, and I'm not saying Overwatch is crazy insane graphics, but just take this into perspective. If you're working on an Overwatch character, you're working on that character for 6 months. If you're making a hero, I'm talking the base hero, the original, not the skins, the original. 6 months. That's what you're putting in on that. Okay? So you're working on a game that's quote unquote about the graphics. You have artists working on things for months. Could you imagine if I want to make a game, right? I have a lot of plans for making my own game and blah, 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 stuff like that. Could you imagine what a fucking train wreck it would be if I decided I wanted to make a game like God of War? Like God of War Ragnarok? The amount of effort I would have to put into absolutely everything, there'd be no video game at the end. I'd spend 10 years on it. At the end, it would look outdated compared to modern games. So I'd be a decade behind, and the game would be 10 minutes long. So I'd rather someone shit out graphics and give me an entertaining experience in that case. And this is all subjective too. People like art and games for different reasons. So just keep in mind, because I know there's probably someone out there that's going to get all upset. It's okay. It's okay to like graphics. It's okay to like all those things. It's okay to want to push your card, your graphics card to the max. When I get Monster Hunter Wilds, hell yeah, I'm going to crank up the graphics all the way. This isn't my first rodeo. You know what I'm saying? But I'm also not buying Monster Hunter Wilds when it comes out next year because it's graphically superior to other games. Do it? No way. I mean, if someone paid me like $1 million a year, I'd do it. But I'm not going to spend my own time doing that. Back for Blood. Yeah, great example. Doing a Z-remesher. I Z-remeshed the body. So here's the body. So I merged everything and I Z-remeshed. And then I just subdivided. Right? And once it was all subdivided, I projected all the detail from the old version to the new one. I'm going to clip that off so she fits. That's how I got the details from the parted version to the merged version. So I just want to call something out. The term hyperrealism in the industry doesn't mean what you think it does. So I think people use hyperrealism as a stand-in for photorealistic, right? That isn't the same thing. Hyperrealism often means stylized realism. It means realism that has been reinterpreted through the lens of idealization. Okay? So if you look at a game like The Last of Us or The Last of Us 2, okay? That is a photorealistic game, but people often say like it's hyper real. It's not. It's not hyper real. I'm trying to think of a good example of hyper real, but I would say a hyper real game is going to be Metal Gear Solid Delta. Right? The new remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid Delta, that is hyper real. Because Snake doesn't look like a real person. Snake looks like a real person viewed through the lens of idealization. Perfect face, perfect jawline, perfect nose, right? It is very real looking, but he does not look like a real person, right? If that person was standing in a crowd of real human beings, he would look like a fucking freak. So just keep in mind when you're talking about realism, their hyper real is a slightly stylized version of realism. Photorealism is photorealistic. God of War, Ragnarok, has a hyper real sense to it. And people, it's fair to use it because I think what a lot of people mean when they say hyper real is like intense amounts of detail poured into something that is highly believable. Whereas what I'm working on now is detail poured into something that is completely unbelievable. Right? Despite how little work I've done on her. You know, she doesn't look hyper real necessarily, but she is very stylized. So she's twisted away from that. Remembering Back 4 Blood's entire lifespan. It wasn't very long, too. Like, here's the thing. Look at Back 4 Blood. Look at what was the game where they were fighting monsters in the jungle? Y'all remember that one? It was like 4 versus a monster. Evolve. Yeah, you remember Evolve? Now look at Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight, low budget. Not low budget, right? It's not something you and I could make, but it's a low enough budget where the game does not look fucking phenomenal. Dead by Daylight look a little trashy, okay? It's rough around the edges. That game is slaying right now. That game is doing well. It's got fucking Alien in it. It's got Chucky in it. It's got all these IPs in it. It's crazy. So, like, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to take a look at some of this stuff and kind of see the pattern here, right? What's up, Ninja Mushroom? Welcome in, welcome in. How do you handle sharp and deep creases like the booba and the groin area after Z-remesh? Let me see if I still have the original mesh. I may have deleted it. I do this when I Z-remesh. I pull everything apart like this, right? You can also see that the breast is floating gently off the surface. Then you Z-remesh, and now because they're not merged, right? You can move them back together like that. I'm going to get 3D'd back here because of the color tone there. And then you just go in and you kind of just reconstruct as needed. So I would take this, I'd scooch these together. And move them out. Right? So clean that up however I need to clean it up, whenever I need to clean it up. So that's how you merge those. How you doing, Ninja? I finally moved everything on my PC over to my M2 hard drive, and it is lightning fast now, dude. It's disgusting. I'm living in the future now. My computer loads at like the snap of a finger if I restart it or have to reboot. It's crazy. It's crazy. I didn't even know this was possible. Yeah, shout outs to Monka, PC builder extraordinaire, helper outer. Helped me pick out all the parts for this PC that I'm rocking now, and it's awesome. I love working in ZBrush even more than I ever did before. Oh god, I hope symmetry's on. Yeah, it is. Fuck Game Pass. Absolutely terrible idea that's probably going to end up killing Xbox as a hardware manufacturer. I'm curious what your thought is on that guy. I'm curious what your conclusion is. I don't have an opinion on Game Pass, but I do know that the way Game Pass operates is they often, because I've been involved in games that have Game Pass, they do basically act as like a publisher, a limited time publisher. So they front a lot of money to help the production get done in order to have the game appear on Game Pass in order to keep their audience on the Xbox. Which I can understand where you're coming from, because that does, to a certain essence, seem like it has a slippery slope probability. All right, let's make her nose super fucking cute. All right, here's the question. How detailed do we want her nose to be? I'm hesitant to make it like this, but we'll try it. I'm down to experiment. I don't like it. It looks like a mushroom. I'm not Ben Leon. Please stop, dude. My poor boy Leon, he got all the looks and none of the brains. I still love him. I'm going to change this shape. I actually think that Mario Party minigame that just played right now is a really great game for artists. I think artists should play it because it's a game about looking at reference and then replicating that reference. And it shows you whether or not people are actually looking at the reference or whether they're trying to replicate what they think they see in their mind's eye. That minigame is like a hidden gem for teaching. Their hard pivot towards Game Pass as one of the big sources of their financial woes. Interesting. Monka, go to bed. Oh, wait, never mind. It's 10 a.m. Monka, take a nap. You're off school, too. Just get yourself a nap, my dude. Also, I don't like it from a consumer's perspective. Even if it is advantageous for the consumer on paper, you would rather buy the game and have it perpetually. You know, owning it. No, 100%. 100%. I don't like the idea of paying for a service and renting a game through that service and only being able to play it as long as I pay for that service. I completely agree. I don't like that I don't own Mario Party 2 or Mario Party 1 right now. I wish this copy of the game was mine. And that I had paid for it on the store and I never had to pay for it again. Although technically, paying for Nintendo Switch Online is a business write-off. So, you know, it has its upside for me. I hate this. It's too noisy. It's too noisy. Classic bean nose. It's tax deductible, yeah. It's part of my business expenses, and it always will be, no matter what government tries to take my money. Yeah, the idea that people wanted Nintendo games on other consoles is, I mean, I get it. Don't get me wrong. People want to play Nintendo games. and people don't want to pay for Nintendo consoles just to play 6 games. I get it. I get it. But that would be the most foolish thing in the history of video games if Nintendo did that. They would basically be sacrificing their entire business. Epic, so Epic essentially ends up wasting their money and the consumer's time as they wait for games to come to Steam. Yeah. Honestly, like, I don't get the 60 frames thing. I'm just going to be transparent. I don't get it. I don't get what the importance is of 60 frames. I grew up playing Zelda Ocarina of Time, 15 frames a second. That shit was good enough for me. And I was grateful. And I play games today and they run 30 frames, they run 60 frames. I don't fucking notice it. I can't tell. Maybe I just don't give a shit anymore, or but I'm just never paying attention. Okay, fair response. Responsiveness, fair rebuttal. Responsiveness is a fair rebuttal. But I don't play games that require responsiveness or precision. I just don't. Because I'm fucking lazy and slow and dumb and old. And I've lumped all those things into one perfect human body. And now I'm incapable of doing anything but art. So when someone's like, bro, you want to pick up some fucking original Counter-Strike matches? It's like, absolutely not, dude. I'm going to get fucking roasted. I look forward to our Unreal tournament game night, but I'm going to get absolutely destroyed. I'm not out here trying to pretend that I'm some sort of god gamer. But I love Unreal. But I'm going to get destroyed. I'm going to get fucking destroyed. Someone like Monka, who's younger, is just gonna roll up and absolutely destroy me. And that's fine. I can see going back from. Here's the thing, though, like going from 100 plus frames to 30 frames. What game does that? You know what I mean? Stable 30 is choppy. So, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just going to hit you guys with this. I don't ever want to hear you ever talk about how you saw a movie and you liked it. I just don't want to hear it. I just don't want to see you go, you know what animation I love? You know what movie I love? I don't want to hear it. 24 frames a second. It should be unwatchable fucking garbage. It should be unwatchable garbage, right? But I know you watch movies and you're not sitting there like, this is unwatchable, dude. This is unwatchable. I just don't want to hear it, okay? And I know it has nothing to do with responsiveness, but a lot of people make the claim that they want that smoothness in their visual footage. And it's like, have you ever seen a movie at 45 frames or 60 frames a second? It's god awful. Have you ever seen an animation, like a 2D animation? It's 60 frames a second? It's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's fucking horrible. It looks terrible. Mind you, a lot of this, I'm just ribbing you guys. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, have you ever had a TV that you accidentally set it to smoothing and it's fucking disgusting? You're like, what is happening? Why does this movie look like shit? Why does that setting even exist? Because people are dumb. That's why that setting exists. Because someone out there's like, oh man, I wish there was AI that would smooth my movie. Brain. Yeah. My brain is smooth. The frame rate should be smooth too. I can't stand it. I'm just saying. I'm fired up. That's all. That's all. I'm fired up. We're all homies in here.
The effect is similar. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, here's a. What am I working with? Groups? Yeah, the first thing to do with the TV is turn everything off. 100%.
Mhm. Okay, BTV that never turns off.
I think we talked about that at some point. Frame generation as the next big thing. Are you talking about like in between?
God, that's gonna be awful.
Are you talking about like it tries to generate the frame in between two other frames in order to fill it in? That sounds fucking disgusting.
That, oh my god.
That's what we're talking about. That's it. That guy, that's what we're talking about. That the concept of infinite growth runs into a fucking brick wall when you try to keep your product infinitely growing and growing and growing. And it's like, dude, we don't need a TV that's $100 million fucking dollars in development, because now you have to sell a million fucking TVs. And the only way to sell it is to tack on some god awful idea that people think they want. And they don't. And they don't need. No one needs. All right. Mrs. Merck brought this up, and I know we've talked about this before, but I'm going to bring it up again. There was a concept for a free television. You could get a free television, but the catch was the television was always on and it would play commercials. You can't turn it off. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that wants to go live in a cave and sculpt thick ladies out of clay and cow shit? And people say I'm unhinged. You want me to put a box in my house that plays advertisements all day?
Goddamn spider right now.
Hold on, big spider. Gotta handle this.
Kill it.
All right, it's gone. This is 3-phase boss battle. Yeah. I went on to the other side where Mrs. Merc's desk is, and the Dark Souls boss music started playing, and the health bar appeared at the bottom of my eyesight. Nah, he wasn't too big. I got my portable vacuum, and I sucked his ass right up into the tornado vortex of that thing, and then I dumped his ass in the toilet. And he's on the ride of his life. Although to be fair, most no, yeah, he's on the ride of his life. Most female spiders hunker down and stay in one place, and male spiders are the ones that end up roaming. But yeah, he done. He had his chance. Yeah, back to the suits killing the golden goose for its eggs. That's actually a pretty good analogy for the way it works.
Yeah, they want to like cut it open and pull out the eggs.
It's like the I guess a good way to describe it is like the TV show Alf. Well, the government wants to get Alf so they can dissect him, and it's like, but once you have him and you dissect him, he's dead. You can't talk to him or do anything with it. He's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Spider. Not on my watch. COVID era just gave half of the video game industry brain rot. They had massive growth. Yep.
I mean,
and they thought that shit would go on forever, combined with interest rates going really high, and now they're suddenly panicking to make money. Absolutely. Like, that's why, again, that's why companies are laying off huge portions of people. You know? Because this no, they're doing stupid industry shit where they're not thinking things through ever. Okay, I'm gonna break it down for you. I'm gonna cure the business industry right now. Here, I'll put on the hat. I'll put on the intelligence hat. Okay, so the FBI can't they can't get in my brain and turn off my brain. Here's the thing. Unplug your Google Home real fast. I don't want them to hear. Here's the thing. If CEOs earned money not at a flat salaried rate, but at the rate at which a product sold and was successful, the industry would be different. If a CEO didn't earn $27 million a year for being the CEO, but instead they had to earn money based on how well the market took up money, we'd be in a different world. Thank you for that gift to Mecha Merc. Monka? Yeah, now Mecha can drop some... Oh, he didn't drop the hydrates. That's why. Thank you. Once we get partnered, I can perma... I can perma tier 3 Mecha. But Mecha Merc loves his slurp emote. But I believe that. That's a classic unhinged Merc concept. But I stand by it. I stand by that. I believe there would be value. I believe people would have to make decisions. And the reason, and this has a purpose. I said all that so I could say this. What happens is the CEOs, they see a growth. We'll call it the COVID growth, right? Even though the situation changes, they believe that that growth won't end. And it doesn't matter if it does or not. They're still going to make $27 million at the end of the year. But imagine that you're a CEO and the COVID growth happens and you make a lot of money. But now you're starting to see a change in the industry and you're thinking to yourself, oh shit, I'm going to lose a lot of money. My income is going to go down unless I take this into account. You were told that's not possible anymore? You're talking about like the perma subscription? No, it's still possible. It's still on their help page, as far as I'm aware. It could have changed super recently if that's what we're talking about. The last time I looked, it was still a feature for partners. Which number? Which number not go up? Control W. So if you do that and you hit Control W, it'll polygroup your points. Okay, let me run the updater real fast. But I think it's accurate. Let me double check. It looks accurate to me. We're just hemorrhaging. We're hemorrhaging homies right now. Hemorrhaging. We need some kind of insane Merc Metal Gear marathon where Merc rants about everything and conspiracies for 3 days straight. Yeah, that's the value. It makes sense. Kind of lines up with Monka's hanging in the stream hour. Yeah, you're welcome. Mario's just showing off now. Rubbing his good fortune in everyone's face. Come on, Mario. Have some class, dude. Yeah, I don't know about this echo, bro. Sorry, there was an echo. I had the desktop still turned on. From when we were listening to Leon moan for 11 minutes. Which was pretty awesome. No, you're right. You're right. I had the desktop still turned on. You missed a minute and 30 seconds of moaning, and then I couldn't handle it anymore. And I was like, okay, I'm going to make a 1 million coin redemption that is the full 11 minutes of Leon moaning. That it will automatically mute me, put up the jamming signal screen, and then Leon will just moan for 11 minutes. So everyone who has no clue what's going on will love it. People will just love it. I have a really good feeling about this redemption. Yo, it's the king. We've been blessed. The king is among us. Look at him go. I think he's moving faster today. He must have been working out. All right, catch you later, buddy. He's light on his feet, majestic, like a ballerina. Real talk, the Mweep redemption is actually a redemption I almost wanted to stream just to have the Mweep redemption. It just occurred to me at one point in time, how fun would it be to have the king scooch from one side of the screen to the other? All right, here's a chat hunt if anyone wants to do this. If you can find a GIF or make one somehow of an alpha cutout version of the real King Zora, you know, without the waterfall under him, just him doing the real scooch, we'll upgrade to the real GIF of him really scooching. I looked for like a GIF of him just scooching, and I could not find one. I can find him sitting on the waterfall, but I had a real hard time finding some of those. What is the modifier on this brush? Hold on. Modifier on this brush is 100. That's pretty freaking high. If we turn it down, still pretty high. No fooling. No fooling. I feel like I should remesh her head with polygroups so I can really control those planes. But I don't know what those planes are yet. So let's do a little experimenting. Oh, we're on the wrong material too. There we go. I don't like it. False alarm. Everyone went silent because they're hunting for the king. I looked for it. I looked for it. It feels like it should be out there, right? I want to be wrong, Snake. I want to be. But I feel like it should be out there. It's such a meme. It's like video games' greatest shit post. Kind of funny to make her super boxy. She needs the roundness. It helps her. I think it has to be made from scratch. Marky Pen. Yeah, Mario Party minigames are really short. A lot of the game is spent waiting for the next minigame. And it's kind of nice, honestly. Like, I think that's part of what makes a board game fun. Is you're not constantly rolling dice and doing shit. See what I told you about this board? This board is like nothing but stars. The stars in play here are huge. 4 for Dong, 4 for Mario, 3 for Yosh, 1 for Luigi. Ah, man, this is a struggle. A custom game mode in Halo Reach to emulate it. Damn. That does sound kind of fun, though. I like Mario Party. But when I was a kid, I never had anyone to play it with. And Mrs. Merc does not like Mario Party. So she won't play with me. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna run CPU games on the stream. And do what I want. And here we are. Oh, this is modifier screwed. I tolerate it. She won't even tolerate it. Mrs. Merc is a staunch knower of what she likes. And she won't. Yeah, I remember the Sonic minigame. Mini version, whatever the fuck it was, the Mario Party Sonic game. I remember that. That's a classic. I think I played it once. I was like, this sucks. There's also a what is it? What's that super popular anime about demons and trains? There's a Mario Party version of that game too. Which is insane. There was a couple Mario parties where you could cruise around in a car with your buds. Final Fantasy 15 of Mario Party, where you and your homeboys are riding around the Mushroom Kingdom causing trouble, and Bowser's chasing you. That was one. It's trash, but they're new. Why would you do that, ZBrush? The hell are you thinking? Oh, it's doing this weird shit. Z once. What the fuck, bro? Why? What is even going on? Bro, you tripping. ZBrush never acts up. Yeah, you right. You got me. But like, for real, what is it doing? This is curved flat, no? Hold on. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Curve, flat, snap. What is it doing? That's not what I drew at all. Oh, wait. Okay. Hold on. I'm being stupid. We figured it out. Still don't know why I drew that shape to begin with. Yeah, that's some weird shit right there. And I'm done caring. Delete hidden. Mirror and weld. Uncrease. Dynamic. Thickness. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what caused it to stop shit in the bed like that, but I'll take it. Okay. I don't want this to be that thick. Something more like that. Hit apply. Okay. So now I'm going to use this as a piece of hair. And we'll make her bangs. Bend curve. Duplicate. Oops, we fucked it up. Hold on. If you want to drag and duplicate, just hold Control, and it'll do this. These are now all part of the same subtool. You just hold Control when you move. It only works with moving, by the way. You can't rotate. The other thing I do is I just do Control-Shift-D to duplicate, and then I move down, and now this is its own tool. So those are the hotkeys I mainly use. No problem. Yo, Dong picking up another star. Okay, okay. Putting in the work here in the last few turns. Let me double check something. I feel like I'm fucking this up. Let me hit the resources. Let me get in the lab here. Oops. Wrong drive. I still have my old drive. So I actually have 2 Windows drives installed right now, one of which has everything I've worked on over the past 7 years. Well, I have it split up among 4 drives, but my old Windows drive has a ton of stuff on it still. Shut up, Leon. You get out of here. There it is. Found the secret sauce. All right. Shut up, Snake. All right. I'm going to redo this. Delete. All right. A little too zoomed in there. All right, so I'm going to make the box, and then I'm going to find my brush. Make sure my picker is on continuous Z. Make sure my stroke curve modifier. Stroke, curve modifier. Pretty good. Good enough for got my work. I'm going to thin it out. Then I'll adjust the stroke. Cool beans. Cool beans. All right. Grab the hair color. Delete the box. Apply. Find a mesh. Do a crease. I like the idea of some kid in the 90s loving Mario Party so much that that's the song he plays at his talent show. All right, let's see what happens. Wow, it's looking good for DK. It's looking really good for gray clay. That's a slam dunk in my book. I feel like we got this. Yo, DK with the other star. Unless there was an insane upset I didn't see. Easiest win in my life. Easiest win. Congratulations, gamblers. I told you it would pay off. Sorry, Marky Pen. There's an occasional jump scare. Hey, to be fair, there is a jump scare tag on the stream. To be fair. Didn't know what it was until just now. Well, Yoshi was also gray clay. Yoshi was also gray clay. Okay, so now I'll duplicate this.
Wow!
Shit, you're right. Oh, shit. Is that a gift sub from legendary gift sub giver? Monka S. Monka? The Monka? Welcome in, Marky Pin. Thank you for that generous gift sub, Monka. feel free to join our Discord, !Discord, but you're now connected. You might have to give it a minute or two for the wheels to churn, for the rats to spin the wheel at the Discord factory. But welcome in. Thank you for supporting the community, Monka, as always. We can do another Gamba if you guys want. You know what? I want. All right, we're going to get out of this Mario Party 1 stuff, though. There's not enough costumes in Mario Party 1. All right, throw some coins down. Put some money down. Gamblers. You know you want to. You know you're itching for your Gamba fix. Is it really a Merc stream if people aren't losing their life savings? Which is my favorite? Mario Party 2. Mario Party 2. I love Mario Party 2. Do Halloween World? Hell yeah, we'll do a Halloween World. Smash Mario Party? Or Smash Gamba? Yeah, we can run some Smash Gamba again. I keep forgetting about it. I get caught up in the Mario Party. Time for Spooky Land. Yeah, we'll run some CPU Smash battles. That cute little broom. Holy shit. All right, let's put the boys in. We'll put Mario in first. We'll put them in order. Hell yeah. Using the power of technology to skirt around government restrictions. Now we're talking. All right, I actually have to do stuff in the morning. Please don't tell my government. Hey, your secret's safe with me unless they're listening. They probably are. They're not going to come after my boy Monka. He's a tax-paying citizen. Wow. Okay, Mario and his dog. Legendary game thrower Yoshi on Gray Clay. It's not looking good. And DK and Luigi. Okay, a rematch of the century. This is literally the same team that we had in the first game. Mr. Pie, welcome in. All right, I do have to be up by the morning. So we'll run a 35 turn, and then we'll probably call it a night. But hopefully, if things work out well, I'll be on tomorrow, actually. Possibly in the afternoon. Yo. Nuggy with Merc giving? The generosity of the evening. Thank you. Oh, that's the worst. When you wake up because you're literally melting. Let me give this one more dots. Thank you for the bits. Thanks for the bits support lately. Been very generous. Does the 500-bit Falcon still exist? Let me double check. So the way it works now is if you give anything more than 100 bits, you summon a mailing phone call. And if you cheer 500 bits, it will give you a chaos point that you can use however you wish. So no, you would have to call it by hand if you want loud noise with the 500 bits. But it gives you the option of what you want to use it for. I thought that was more fair since we were adding more silly... lost my train of thought there. Since we were adding more silly kind of chaos options for on-stream. That's one of my favorite mailing calls. I'll share some more quotes with you if you like. What are you, a pervert? That's from Henry IV. I need to time up. I'm working on getting the reading, the text reading, lined up with the audio over the next week, so they won't run over each other like that in the future. Thank you for those 500 bits. Oh, shit. You're wrong. It's just a matter of time. Classic mailing. I think it means she knows I'm wrong on something and she's just waiting for me to figure it out. Although maybe I'm wrong on that. Thank you for the bits, friends. Thank you, thank you. Spend them all in your lifetime? Well, I'm sure people will spend them during the Mercathon. There'll be plenty of time to spend them during the Mercathon. How many hours did you spend kissing and smooching the posters in Metal Gear Solid 2? I definitely put some time in on the poster smooching. That shit is hilarious. Technically, Mei Ling exists in one of the phone calls in Metal Gear Solid 2, and it's the same actress from Metal Gear Solid. However, she's only in one phone call, I believe. Mei Ling is really trying to get her quote out. I think she forgot to say the saying. She's just like, there's an old Chinese saying. It means don't overthink things. Huh? Man, classic Mei Ling voice. I should say non-canon Mei Ling voice. Best voice. Hands down, fight me about it. Thank you for those bits. You've been very generous. Thank you, thank you. I wonder, I have an idea. I need to go to Twitch really fast. Snake runs a VHS store. I love it. All right, hold on. Hey, I actually had the auto mod today in Twitch detect a bot trying to push best viewers on us. It caught it and I denied it. So I don't know if they changed something, but auto mod seems to be working. It worked at least once. Let's not get too excited, but it worked at least once, so I'm optimistic. AI was useful for once. Yeah, pretty much. I'm not going to worry about it today, actually. I was going to look into that. I have to move my Twitch account to my new business account, but I'm going to look at that some other time. Now's not the time. I was like, maybe it'll be really easy. Let me widen. Do a little widening. What's up? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Scared the socks clean off you. Is it too loud? Is it still too loud? I can turn it down if it's still too loud. I can hear everything at the volume you guys can hear it at, except for my own voice. So you may be listening to this louder than I am because you're listening to my voice at a higher volume. See, I feel like it's a good volume. All right, Ian. I'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Trying to add those nice wavy, I want to give her like beachy waves, you know? I didn't put a lot of work into it, but secretly, she styles it in the morning. Man, the little costumes in Mario Party 2 are so cute. I'm sad they never brought it back. Bro, what is my little monitor doing? It keeps turning off. Hold on. I'm going to reboot it. Well, you guys can't see. What the fuck am I talking about? Thank you, Ninja. Thank you, thank you. She's coming together. She's looking cute. That's all I'm going for. One thing I might be able to do, this is a cool little thing you can do with hair, is you can crease this edge, insert an edge here, then you can crease it like this. Now I can transpose partial loop, grab a hold of it. Now I can push it and scale it a bit. And then I can grab this edge and do the same thing, except I can scooch it over. This is a classic Mario Party minigame. One of my faves. Whoa. Question. We got a question. How to flatten and straighten out polys inserted with a topology brush? How to flatten and straighten out polys inserted with a topology brush. Could you define a little more what you're looking for? I think I know what you're talking about. Let me use the back of this coat. Are you talking about when this happens? Oh, you mean like this? They're thick like that, and you want them to be thin? Take your brush size when it's red, or like mine is green, when it's not hovering, and set it to 0. Then tap. Tap when your brush size, draw size is 0. And it'll have no thickness. See, if I turn off dynamics, it has no thickness. That's how you get 0 thickness geometry. But if I turn off dynamic and I tap, it has this huge amount of thickness. Yeah, I got you. That's a classic little ZBrush thing. It's like totally makes sense 20 years later. Not even 20 years. Adventura, what's up? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, shoot. I lost my curve. What is going on? Oh, it's creased. I was like, why is it shaped like this? What is happening? All right, W, turn my curves back on. Leaving for work. Yo, I love the Mario Party announcer. It's such a charming voice. Didn't get many responses, but one artist from Japan said he's keen to paint the model. Awesome. Very cool, yeah. So now you have a good contact, right? You've made one. Look, you've been doing your stuff for one day, like trying to contact people for one day, and you made one contact. You're fucking killing it, bro. You're killing it. You know what the average advertising rate is? If you send out 100 mailers, one person will look at the mailer. One person will look at the mailer. The other 99 throw them out without even reading them. So it's a 1% return. And do you know what the return is on people who look at the mailer? It's 1%. So it's 1% of 1% that act on advertising. So right now, you're insane. You're killing it. So that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. It takes time to see the fruits of the labor, but you're making it happen. You're making it happen. Glad to hear it though. Glad to hear it. And yeah, that's I mean, you find people who are interested in the kind of work that you're making, and they'll be customers for life. You know, if this guy really likes Dragon Ball and you're making Dragon Ball stuff, that's how you do it. Especially if you like Dragon Ball and you want to make more Dragon Ball stuff, this guy will come back and buy something from you. If he likes the model, if he paints it and prints it and paints it, and he's like, "Yo, that was cool. I like this model." And he comes back and looks at the rest of your stuff and there's other Dragon Ball stuff. You know what I'm saying? Then he'll be more likely to just purchase one from you. So just keep it up. All right, I'm going to move this and make a little cute flyaway maybe. Maybe not that little. All right, let's smooth this out. This is getting unhinged. Do a little squash it. Damn, dude. Yeah, I mean, but remember, this is key. We were talking about this earlier. But basically I was saying, long and short, you should be making the stuff that you want to make, right? Don't just make Dragon Ball stuff because one guy liked your Dragon Ball stuff. Right? You're not catering to him as your audience. Unless you love Dragon Ball and you're like, I really want to make more Dragon Ball stuff. Then of course you would want to continue to support that. But you know, like if I'm being real, if I wanted to turn this into a figure for print, if I wanted to turn this into a figure for print, I would go for furries. Am I going to be making furries all the time? No. But I have some other characters like this that I'll make in the next, couple months probably, because I think this character's cool and it's just fun to explore when I'm not working all the time. But that's your audience. That's going to grow. That guy's he might sculpt your Dragon Ball thing and then post it, and someone will see it and be like, "Oh shit, I want to paint that." Or sorry, he'll paint that. He'll want to paint your Dragon Ball thing. And someone will come and purchase your Dragon Ball. It just takes more than one day. But yeah, dude, keep it up. You're doing everything right. I like the flyaway, kind of. Kind of. Oops. Yo, this offset is insane. Maybe something like that. Just seen some cute furry art. You can say you don't want to do it. Like, here's the thing. If people come to me, and I'm going to post this, right? And there's going to be a lot of furries that come out of the woodworks, and they're going to be like, I love her. I love it. I'd love you to do a character like this for me. I have an OC. Would you consider doing my OC? And it's like, maybe. If your character's really cute and I think there's a lot of interest there or some interest there, yeah, I'll do it. But I'm doing this because I think deer girls are cute, and I came up with a little story for her, and like, you know, I'm just doing art shit, doing what artists do. And that happens a lot, right? Where, what's up, Luna? Welcome in. It happens a lot where you will go online and you'll post your art. And let's use World of Warcraft. Okay? And you post your World of Warcraft fan art of a character you like, right? You like Sylvanas Windrunner. Okay? And then everyone will show up and be like, oh, it's a Warcraft artist. I want him to do my character. I want him to do my favorite character. I want him to do, you know, this or that or this or that. And it's like, I'm not a Warcraft artist. I just like this one character and I posted it. And I made a drawing of her. So, you know, part of being an artist, and this is just the reality. Part of being an artist is literally managing expectations of your audience. And I get it. It's all good and fun. I'm not calling anyone out. But people will come in and be like, oh man, Merc, I didn't know you were a furry. And it's like, I'm not. Right? Like, look me in the eye and tell me you've never seen a fur girl of some kind, or a furry or something in a movie or an animated show or something where you didn't think, oh, that's cute. Right? But I'm not out here in I'm not wearing an animal head, right? I'm not wearing a dog head or a deer head right now in a fucking costume that costs $6,000. You know? I'm not criticizing anybody if that's what they want to do either. You do you. I gotta smooth this out. There we go. Exactly. She has antlers, she has a muzzle, but other than that, she's structurally a woman. And that's because I like, oh, and she has hooves, right? Outside of that, she's structurally a woman because I find women attractive more so than I find deers attractive. Right? Like that's the thing. I'm not criticizing. I'm sure There's some furry lurking at some point in time. And I like you. I don't have a problem with you. Okay. But here's my thing. You know how everyone in chat says they're a red waxer and that they love red wax, but they never post anything in red wax? They seem to only post things in some kind of colored gray clay of some kind. It's a little suspicious, right? But then someone rolls up and they're like, hey, I'm a furry and I like furry things and I like this animal. And it's like, then why does your character look like a human with a dog head? Because it looks mostly like a human with a muzzle. So I'm just saying, I'm just calling it like I see it. That said, I don't really care if people like that. I've had plenty of great clients come to me with furry art, and I've done furry things for them. I had an old client when I was doing a lot more 2D stuff. She came to me and she had this really adorable golden retriever girl. Thick, buff, red scarf around her neck, fluffy, cute face. I loved drawing her. Does that make me a furry? No, I just think it's a good piece of art. But people get their panties in a twist and they try and put people into a box immediately, especially artists. Artists and art consumers love to look at people and think like, I can put this artist in a box. You know, this artist likes blank. And it's like, that's like you see someone eating spaghetti and you're like, that person only eats Italian food, right? And probably only spaghetti. How fucking unhinged is that thought process? Right? So just make the cool art you want to make. And here's the thing. If I make a furry and a bunch of furries find me and they like my art, maybe they'll discover that they like more about my art than just the furry art. Maybe the Warcraft fans who discover my Warcraft art will discover that they like my art in general, not just the Warcraft stuff. That's what you're doing when you make art that appeals to you. You're saying I have a wide range of interests when it comes to art. And I'm eventually going to land in your neck of the woods working on something that you like. So if you like my style or you like my quality, just kick it. Grab a beer, pull up and hang out. Yo, what's up, Dreamless? What's up, bro? How you been? You gonna sketch your cat girl right now? Do it. Absolutely. Absolutely do it. Don't let here's the thing. When I came up with this girl, I sent it to my best friend. And my best friend and I, we've been doing this shit for a long time. We've been in the not safe for work, the safe for work for a long time. And I sent my girl to him. And the first thing he did was like, he does what everyone does. Bro, I didn't realize you were a furry. And I'm like, LOL. I get it. Because we rib on each other. That's what homies do. That's what homies do. But it was the same it was the same thing where it's like, that I'm just doing this because I think design wise I like it. And that's where I think a lot of people, like that guy said, miss the forest for the trees. I think design wise, there's a lot of interest and a lot of power in terms of flexibility when it comes to anthropomorphic animal characters, furries, if you will. And that's all I'm interested in as an artist. I'm interested in cool visual design language, something that conveys an interest or a mood or a theme or a concept clearly. I like that stuff because I'm an artist, I'm a designer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Uh, real talk, I don't like furry art. I think traditional furry art is terrible. I don't think what I'm doing is traditional furry art because it has some sort of like artistic skill backing it. A lot of furry art is very amateurish. And I think good furry art looks like the Disney Robin Hood movie. High quality art and animation, right? Lola Bunny from Space Jam. Like you look at that kind of stuff and you're just like, I get it. Like I get it. All of the markers for something that's attractive, it's there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, oh, well, they had Anubis, so they must have been furries. It's like, all right, pack it in, Giorgio Tsoukalos. That's a deep cut for my homies, for the knowers in the audience. No shade on my guy if he's watching right now, though. But yeah, make the art you want to make. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm always trying to say. Just make what you want to make. Screw other people. Other people are always going to have opinions. Yeah, yeah, Ninja. If you have the skill set, here's the thing. If a client comes to me and they say, like, let's say someone shows up and they have a really cool furry character, here's the thing. I don't give a shit. If a character's cool, a character's cool. Furry, whatever. I like good design. Okay. I like good design. I don't classify shit. Okay. The same way it's like video games. I like good video games. Okay. It doesn't have to be like, I'm not just like, I only play shooters. Bro, I only play online games. It's fine if you do, right? I'm not criticizing that. I'm just saying for me, I'm just looking for good video games. I'm looking for good designs. I don't care where the food comes from. I'm looking for good food. Period, right? I keep it very simple. So, when it comes to a furry character, if a client shows up and they're like, "I want you to make a furry character for me." Great. Is the character good? That's where it always starts. I'm down to clown, but this character can't be hot garbage. That's number 1. You just got to do what you like. Always playing Dragonborn and D&D, but I'm not a furry. Just think the character looks cool. I fucking love the Dragonborns. Yeah, you don't have to be a furry to play a Dragonborn. People are so desperate to label something, right? Like, oh, I see you like spaghetti. You must only like Italian food and you must only eat spaghetti food. It's like if that's how you view people in the world, like I can't help you, dude. I don't even know what to say. What's up, Aid? You finished your character? Fantastic. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm just working on my girl here, having a fun time. What defines a character as good? Exactly that. It's entirely subjective to me, right? I'm the artist. So if someone comes to me to hire me to make the art, then I'm the one that's looking for something that's good. But I can give you some basic markers, right? If you put a box over a human's face and you draw it completely out of proportion and you fail to understand basic design, logic, and structure for a character, I'm not going to think it's good. Other people might. There are tons of people out there that love that kind of furry art, but I'm not one of them. And I'm not interested in working on that. But yeah, it's totally going to be subjective, you know? I would never pretend it's not. But yeah. How did I make the hard edge on the strands of hair? These are dynamic subdivisions. So two dynamic subdivisions. And then I have the Z modeler tool, and I'm inserting strands of, I'm inserting loops that make hard edges when you put two next to each other because the divisions are very close. So once I determine what I want my hair to look like, I remove the creases. So see how this is a crease? I uncrease everything, and then I go back in and I add just an extra edge, and that causes the edge to sharpen up, and then I can determine how creased and how sharp I want each edge, so I can add some sort of variance. So maybe I want this one sharp, and I want this one a little less sharp, and I want that one sharp. And then you can also smooth over it too once you do that. And you can kind of blend out the tip. So this is really sharp. So I turn my smoothing way down. And basically it's just pulling the edges apart. So I can soften the edges wherever I want. And then I'll grab this, kind of fit these shapes together. I'm a huge fan of using control. These are what you would call controlled edges or control edges. So I prefer to model like this. I prefer to model as low. The key to modeling anything is model as low resolution as you possibly can for as long as you can. That's the secret. That's how I model hard surface stuff. That's how I model hair. That's how I model characters. That's how I model armor. Right? Here's what the armor actually looks like. So low resolution, you know? Same with this coat. Like, here's what the coat actually looks like. Super low poly mess. I'm going to disagree that good design is fully subjective. There's taste, but there's also design logic you must follow. Space, color, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. But there are people that see Jackson Pollock paintings and they think they're good, right? They think that they're good, and that they have design to them, even though they're scattered. And I think they're terrible. Personally, I think they're dog shit. I don't like them at all. And I don't care what anyone says. That's just my opinion. You can love them if you want to. I think, what is it, Andy Warhol? I think all that art is trash. I think it's all trash. I don't care what anyone says, because this is just my opinion. Because I don't want to spend time pretending like it's good art. It's all just fucking money laundering anyways. So I'm just not interested in it. But there are still some people out there that believe it's good, that believe it's good design. So I've gotten into heated arguments with people who were bad artists who said that their bad art was actually their good design. So while I completely agree with you, Aid, that it is not subjective, the same way I agree that as an anatomy teacher, there are proportional fundamentals to the human body you cannot violate or the body will look wrong. There will always be people out there that say otherwise. I think the reason that most of us get along and agree is because we understand what those logical, fundamental elements of good design are. And as a society or a culture, or as humans with brains and visual taste, we can all kind of determine what we like. And I think a lot of what we like in characters comes from the fact that, let's say that the vast majority of the people watching right now are probably women. Most chat is ladies, let's be real. But if what I find attractive in a woman is what most people find attractive in a woman, similar structural designs, because humans are roughly all the same, and we build design languages off of that, then, or we think about those design languages in the same way we think about what we find attractive in a human body. Luigi fucking beefed it at the end, throwing the game. Wow. If we think about it that way, you culturally can build some sort of design language that people like, right? Lack of artistic judgment. Yeah, totally. Campbell's chicken soup in 6 colors, actually bad? Hottest take of the year happening right here. But what about the urinal, though? I can't. As an artist who's spent the past 2 decades of his life working on becoming the kind of artist that can produce the work that you see on the screen here, without struggle, without confusion, with none of that stuff. I've reached a point where this is what I do subconsciously. I can make this kind of art. Of course, I have my own drawings and my own reference and things that I've gathered over time. But I would say that when I see someone claim to be an artist that puts a urinal on a wall, I don't agree. And I think everyone's entitled to that opinion. Maybe some people love it and they think it's art. Here's the thing, right? Some people will get mad. They'll be like, that, but it's not art. And it makes me angry that people think it's art. And it's like, here's why it shouldn't upset you or bother you. Number one, who cares? Right? That's number one. Who cares? You shouldn't care. It's a waste of time. Number two, you want people to be able to express their dog shit opinions. Because when people are expressing their bad opinions, it helps you identify people that you won't like or get along with. And that makes navigating through the world much easier, because you can identify people that you don't like. So if you come into my stream and you're hanging out right? There's a pretty good chance that you like what I'm making. There's a pretty good chance that from a design sense or a design standpoint, or maybe not even that, maybe you think the design is dog shit, but you understand that fundamentally I understand ZBrush or anatomy at a certain level, and you like that, right? If that's the case, then there's an element of us finding a mutual understanding. We agree that we like something or dislike something about each other. And that's why I'm okay with people having shit taste, as I call it. It's okay. People have shit taste all the time. People have shit taste all the fucking time. And it helps me identify people that I don't think I'd get along with. Let me put it another way that will make this very clear. It's called a portfolio. And when you look at someone's portfolio and you think this person doesn't get design the same way I do, they don't make the same decisions that I would do, then they're probably not the person you want on your team if you're making decisions based on what you are thinking about decision-wise. Or let's say someone reaches out to you and they're like, I'd like you to be an artist for my project. And you look up their project and their project looks stupid. Why would you take the project? I can't tell you how many times I've been reached out to by art directors. And the art director says, I love your work. I love your work. Adventura, catch you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. I've had art directors tell me, I love your work. I'd love you to work on this project with me. And I say, hey, that sounds great. What's the project? And they show me the project. And within minutes, I can already tell I'm not a good fit for this project. I'm not a good fit for this project because this project doesn't value the same things I value. Let's be real, it's booba. Right? It's booba. But you're in a situation, someone loves your work and they say, that's true. This is all true. This is also true. This is why I champion what I champion. Because I've had amazing. That one never gets old. And I always forget I have it in there. Fucking awesome. You quite killer. Basically, taste is a marker so that you can determine whether or not you can work with someone. I've been invited to work on teams, and the teams I were invited to work on, these teams are very safe. Like, I'm talking very safe. Okay? In terms of their design sense. So, like, what I mean by safe is like, this would be too busty. Okay? This would be too busty. Like, I would have to tone this down for some of these teams that have reached out to me, you know. They're looking for like this. Like, we don't want it to be too feminine, you know. We don't want to go too far. And it's like, why the fuck are you talking to me, dude? Have you seen my portfolio? And it's like, oh yeah, you're a great artist. It's like, but I don't think I'm your artist. You know, I don't know how to make that clear, but my portfolio tells people what my taste is. Just like your project tells me what your taste is. Right? You ever just flat out tell somebody their project looks bad? No, because as a general rule, I'm trying not to be rude to people. I try not to be rude to people, you know? And I've never been in a situation where it was appropriate to just shit on someone like that. I'm not against it. I'm definitely not against it, but it's never been the course of action that was required at that moment. I'm more of the kind of person where people will reach out to me and I'll say, I don't think I'm the artist for you. Based on what I'm seeing, I think our tastes differ too much for us to be, you know, compatible, for a lack of the word, right? Compatible. And if you ask me, that's an incredibly fair and rational response to someone trying to hire you to work on something and you realizing it's not going to work out. And that's what you don't want. You don't want to be on a team. You don't want to be working on a project where the decisions that you make or you would make fly in the face of the decisions everyone else would make 100% of the time. And I like sexy characters. I like characters that are sexual or sexy or fun or attractive or, you know, especially when I build a character. Like Squid, you mentioned, baffles me when some people try to commission me to make a male character. Not that I can't, but I don't indicate it anywhere. And yet, yeah, people will, you know, crawl out of the woodwork and be like, I like your art. It's a compliment, by the way. It means people really like your art. And even though you're not busting men out left and right, they think that you would do justice. So it's a huge compliment to your art, to your skill, to your style. They think that you'll do a really good job, that you'll be able to bring their vision to life. So that's cool, right? That's cool. But if someone came to me and they were like, we'd like you to work on this game, and it was a hyper real or photo real, and it didn't have any level of like it didn't have any flair. It didn't have any dramatics. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be a shit fit for that project. I don't really think you want me on this project. And it's like, no, you look like a great artist. And it's like, it's not about me being or not being a great artist. That's kind of besides the point. The problem is more that I won't know what kind of decisions I should be making. Because I'll go into a meeting and they'll be like, hey, we'd like to work on this new character. And I'm like, great, this sounds really exciting. And then they'll give me some boring ass character with no hips and no chest and, you know, nothing special, nothing that I really enjoy. And I'll be like, I'm just bored. I don't want to be doing this. So that for me is what I mean when I talk about portfolio, stuff like that. You're telling future employers what your taste is and what your interests are. And a good employer, a good someone hiring you, someone employing you, someone reviewing portfolios that should be an artist, giving you all that concept stuff and walking you through it, they should be able to tell based on your portfolio whether or not you'd be a good fit. So let's say I was making my game, right? And this is one of the characters for my game. She has a pretty discernible style, right? And someone sends me realistic stuff. They send me a God of War fan art. They send me Space Marines from Warhammer with realistic grungy textures. You think I'm going to pick that person? You think they're at the top of my list? Of course not. Because stylistically, they like working on something that is not this. You know what that person's portfolio tells me? They're desperate for work. That's the reality. That's what people are looking at. This guy doesn't belong here. He's desperate for work. And you know what? He's going to work here until he finds something better, and then he's going to leave. Because he doesn't want to be doing this, or his portfolio will be full of this shit. And it's not. But why would they hire him? Or her? You know what I'm saying? It's pretty straightforward. That almost looks good. Adding the creases is kind of fun. Imagine getting handed a Genshin Impact character or something. I mean, it depends on the Genshin character. I think some of them are kind of cute stylistically. I think they're kind of fun, but I also think that the style itself kind of leans away from what I'm interested in. So I don't think anyone would reasonably hire me to work on Genshin Impact. No one that I trust. And that's kind of what I mean. I've reached the point in my career where if someone tries to hire me and they see my work and I look at the work the project is producing and they are considerably different, they are not the same. That actually gives me red flags immediately. Like, oh, this person doesn't know what they're doing. They're hiring me because they're like my art. They're not hiring me because they think I'm a good, measured, responsible fit for this project. That's a bad sign. You don't want that. And it's like, oh, but Merc, I can't say no to work sometimes, not everyone can. Of course not. Sometimes you just have to take a job because you need a job. I get it. I'm not insane. I understand how the world works. But do your best to not be in that situation for the rest of your life. That's all I'm saying. What's up? Have a good night, Mr. Pie. Sleep well. I hope your air conditioning is cooling you down big time. Yeah, your art's awesome. Now make Paper Mario. It's like, no. I don't want to. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. If you have any art questions or you want to, contribute to the rant, feel free. Feel free. We're all homies in here. Otherwise, big chill. Second? Second Vic? Oh shit, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, we have a homie in chat called Vic Laz. Same spelling too, VIX_LAZ. secret twin. You guys didn't even know you were brothers. Possibly. Probably not. But that's the lore we're going with. Failed Captain, what's up? Why do you always forget I stream it this time? Sorry, I was having a really hard time translating that in my head. Don't know. Don't know. Why do you? Why do? Somebody's getting jacked by that. Boo. Goddamn. Okay, so now I do the same thing. Delete hidden. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Increase all. Don't worry, I'll have some additional stream times at different times through the week in the coming days. I no longer have a job taking up a huge portion of my time, so well, I mean, I'll have work taking up my time, but I'll be free to stream. Oops. Don't want to do that. Little crease right there. You're not a morning person? I respect it. I'm a morning and a night person. Don't worry, Marky. I stream almost every night. Like literally, I stream at least 6 days a week, pretty much, unless I have a really good reason not to. And I announce it. And these are the kind of conversations we typically have. At least it feels that way. Do you primarily use ZBrush over Blender for works like these? Also curious if it ends up being rigged or just sculpted work. I don't use Blender. I've been using ZBrush for basically 20 years now, so I'm just a ZBrush artist. And I've worked in the game industry for 15 years, so I do low poly stuff. I do game stuff. I do all that kind of stuff. I don't do any rigging personally. I'm not a rigger. That stuff is very difficult, and it's a skill that I just don't have. Well, I can rig, but I just don't care to. It's not something I want to dedicate myself to. So a lot of my stuff is sculptures, but in the future, within the next month or two, and definitely before the end of the year, we're going to be doing more full development of low poly characters with UVs and textures, and we're going to be doing some game development and some different stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff coming down the tubes. So if any of this is remotely interesting, pull up a chair. Five turns left. Yeah, I feel that. Falling behind on your professional career. I mean, people move at different speeds. I had a friend graduate alongside me, and then he went and worked at Pixar. So, like, as you can imagine, I felt like I was falling behind. But I also think working at Pixar would have been miserable. Let's put it that way. Soul crushing, yeah. There's a good synonym for it. You do some character creation, mostly clothing on hard surface things. So you're coming into organic. It's been a crazy struggle. Yeah, I mean, I teach I teach some software. Like I'll help people with ZBrush if they need to learn it or learn things about it. But I teach like theory and process more than I teach ZBrush. ZBrush is just the tool I use, but I'm actually a traditional clay sculptor. Like I was trained to sculpt in clay with armatures and things like that. So all of the clay sculpting stuff that I learned, I just applied in ZBrush. But obviously, you can't sculpt clay and put it into a game. So, but yeah, that's my background. My background is as a traditional sculptor. That's what I was trained to do. I'm going to shrink this. It's fun. It's very fun. I really like sculpting with physical, practical stuff. I miss it. But yeah, I mean, no one in the game industry wants that. And I like working in the game industry, kind of. Kind of. Not really. I like doing my own shit. Hindsight is 2020. Yeah. Yeah, for the PS1, the Metal Gear playthrough. Don't worry, the Metal Gear, the whole point of the Mercathon and playing through Metal Gears is A, I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and B, a lot of the technology that I was trained on was very close to PS1 and PS2. So, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Thank you for that. Prime sub. Yeah, theory you can apply anywhere. So that's the best part. But yeah, we're definitely going to talk a lot about the technical constraints of the PS1 and a lot of the game development stuff and materials and textures and how all that stuff went into it. So there's going to be a lot of game dev talk. We'll be talking a lot about development for consoles, how to develop on consoles, the kinds of hurdles you get into, all that kind of stuff. We'll talk about Metal Gear lore and the business and how the game was made, and it won't just be me fucking doing a YouTube let's play or long play. Clay Fighter begs to differ. Your Clay Fighter is like once in a blue moon kind of game project. Will that ever happen again? Probably not. What is Pixar? 12-hour workday, 6 days a week? But that's Blizzard. That's what Blizzard is. That's a lot of studios, to be fair. Not just Blizzard. It's a lot of studios. A Claymation game came out recently, actually. Claymation is different, to be fair, than like traditional clay sculpting. There's definitely more that goes into it. Because I'm not an animator. I can animate and I have animated, but it's not my skill set. That's Mrs. Merc is the animator. Between the two of us. I think my biggest thing ends up being final topo because I want to rig most of the models and such. I'll definitely be lurking. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to ask questions and chill and lurk. 100%. A lot of people lurk. And a lot of people, they bust out of their shell and they'll ask questions and join the community. So we're all homies in here. Everyone's super chill. Everyone's super nice. And very helpful. We have lots of helpful people for all kinds of programs, not just ZBrush, but like Blender and Maya, and all that good stuff. You stayed quiet for just an hour. I mean, some people stay quiet for months, and then they'll say one random thing, and then they'll just disappear. So, I mean, however you enjoy the stream is however you enjoy the stream. I get it. When I was working on some projects back in the day, I would just put on a stream, and I'd just listen, you know? And every now and then I'd chime in on something. I was like, oh, I have a thought on this. And that's it. That's my contribution, and that's fine. Here's the thing, if you're a viewer and you're chilling and you're watching the stream right now and you're like, "Oh man, I'd like to talk, but I'm busy," or "I'd like to talk, but um I'm shy." Just watching the stream is it helps me, right? It helps me if you're just watching the stream. So if you're just chilling and lurking, you're actually supporting the stream. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord too. Lots of cool people in rooms, ask questions, that kind of stuff. So yeah, absolutely join the Discord. If you've recently received a gift sub or um, you yourself have subbed, keep that Discord notification right there on how to join. After learning so much with Unity and Blender over the last few years, it's crazy how your brain just saps up info and applies it to all the real world. Yeah, don't that happened to me. At a certain point, I promise you, whether you like it or not, at a certain point that goes away. Mm-hmm. I used to walk through the mall. Me and my wife would go to the mall. We worked really close to one, so we just go to the mall for lunch. And you can see her belly just peeking out behind the coat. It's cute. We would go to the mall and I would look at clothing in the windows as we walked around. And I would consider, like, how would I make that in ZBrush? And you kind of reach a point where you don't need to consider those things anymore. You just kind of can look at something and you know how to make it. C++. C++ is a good language. I was a senior Unreal developer for 3.5 years. And I can program in JavaScript, C#, C++, C++, Windows WPF, or Windows Forms, whatever you want to call it. I can do some HTML, some CSS, Python, which I don't like, Mel scripting for Maya, which I like better than Python, but almost everyone uses Python. I just don't like white space languages. I did this rant yesterday. I'm not doing it again. They suck. That's it. That's all you need to know. C++ is not like riding a bike. Once you get it under your, once you get it, if you stop using it, it will fade away. So use it or lose it. Yep, that's exactly it. Yo, what is this weird hole in my jacket here? What the fuck? There we go. I'm not a big rigging fan. Yeah, I don't like rigging. I just don't like rigging. That's like the least favorite part. I used to rig because I knew I had to, but I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, if I make a project, I'm just going to pay someone to do it. Someone who's good at it, someone who knows what they're doing and enjoys it, because I'll get way more out of everything. Little cute little render now. Yeah, she cute. She looking cute. I just don't enjoy things that are technical anymore. I know that's like what the fuck does that even mean? Um I'm very like artistically driven now. So when I work on stuff, if I'm working on something, like when I sculpt, like I do a lot of sculpting. Where I make things out of the sculpt as opposed to a lot of like technical BS. I mean, I literally have made almost everything you see on this character out of spheres, including the jacket. So, like literally, I made pretty much everything out of spheres. So I'm very artistically, like creatively driven. So when something becomes highly technical, like I got to place joints and I got to make groups and I got to zero those groups out and I got to make IKFK switches and I got to create a it's just like, oh my god, just fucking stop. Just stop. I can't stand it. I just can't. I just lose my will to give a damn, you know. Why did this get blurry? Come on. Come on. Let's add an extra edge. Oops. Brink. Make this gold. Wait, what happens if I turn off double? Which way do these face? Fine. Do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, we got a Gamba. Whoa, Yoshi's crushing it. Yoshi's crushing it. Wow, Yoshi, Mario, and DK for this final one. Yoshi's killing it. Yoshi won, clearly. Unless he was behind in stars by like 0. Just had no stars. Very spooky out here. Very spooky. I like rigging in the past tense, not so much. The process, not so much. Yeah, I like having a rigged character. I don't like the process of rigging it. You know, like I'd love to tell people I saved someone from a burning car, but I don't want to go through the process of saving someone from a burning car. Wow, Yoshi crushed it this time. Good work, man. He pulled through. He decided he didn't want to throw the game this time and give all his stars away. Spend time looking and debugging. Programming gets easier with time, like anything. I'm very puzzle oriented. I really like puzzles. So from that perspective, programming works for me because programming is essentially you're given a set of tools and you have to solve like a puzzle. It's also a lot of math. All right, plug your ears, a little bit of a jump scare coming up. In 5. Oh, it happened too fast. All right, Yoshi's feeling great. But that's something that I like about it's all lumpy and weird. Yeah, whatever. Turn this goddamn gold off. Nope, wrong one. I like puzzles. And so programming has that essence, that puzzle-like essence to it. Bro, you should just set up a what's it called? Polygroup. This would be so much easier if I just use my brain. Good enough for government work. Being cut. See if this is viral. No, actually, surprisingly. Yeah. Last time anyone bets on red wax. Ooh, red wax. Suggest a macro pad or something like that for the likes of hotkeys when using ZBrush. You have a pin display. Yeah, realistically, Blender is, for what it is, for a free sculpting program, it's amazing. For a professional high-level sculpting program, it lacks some features, which is fine. I'm sure it'll catch up at some point, but for now, yeah, it's not the it's not the killer app yet. I think I think it'll take another decade. That's just my opinion. Oink. Now I can do this. That is way too high. Oink. Perfect. I just use my keyboard. I don't have a drawing tablet. I use a Wacom Intuos Pro Medium, and I use my keyboard. I think a keyboard is fine. I think also if you're you're into it, you can build your own keyboard. You can build your own custom little keyboard and program that. Again, I think we just talked about programming, and maybe it's something you do or you don't like, but yeah, programming your own little keyboard can work. You can get a Tartarus or any sort of macro keyboard. Lots of options out there, lots of good ones. I don't like those because this is just my logic. I find that I will. This guy's banging the shit out of that. All right, now he's done. I tend to learn the hotkeys as they are. I make very few changes because, except for ZBrush, which of course you can see is very customized compared to, for context, ZBrush looks like this when you buy it. But you guys can't even see this. What the fuck am I doing? I'm over here goofing around in Mario Party. ZBrush looks like this when you buy it. Oh, you can't even see that? What the fuck am I doing? I'm too sleepy. This is what ZBrush looks like when I've been using it for a super long time. This is what it looks like when you buy it. So the default interface. It's very boring. It doesn't have a lot of useful tools lined up on it. And then this is my custom interface, which has all of my tools and everything I use. So ZBrush is one of the only programs that I highly, highly, highly customize. And the main reason is that I use a keyboard and I just kind of learn things the way they are is because if I go from my home computer to a work computer, I don't always have the luxury of bringing every file with me. So I just use a keyboard. I would say if it's inconvenient because of your tablet, then yeah, look into something else. But just keep in mind that if you get a job, you probably have to take that device with you every day. Or have the company buy you one. Yeah. So I had a Cintiq for a while. Looks a lot like Mario Party. Yeah. Thankfully, I caught it. Usually, I'm pretty bad about that. I would get maybe you can get like you can get a macro pad. You can get a small keyboard, a micro keyboard, something like that. I had a Cintiq. And as a sculptor, I think a Cintiq is unnecessary. This is just my opinion. I don't think they're necessary or needed. If you're a 2D artist, I think a Cintiq is very useful. If you're a sculptor, I don't think there's too much to get out of it. I don't think there's a lot you need that you can't do with a Wacom, like Intuos Pro tablet. A lot of great sculptors use a mouse. Steve Lord's great sculptor. One of my favorites. actually. I don't have a lot of favorites because I don't look at a lot of other people's work right now. I don't do a lot of that, but he uses a mouse, you know? Look at, if you know comic artist Adam Hughes, he colors all his work with a mouse. So, like, technology, you don't need anything. Yeah, 3D mouse. Yeah, I respect it. I'm gonna try this. Oops. I'm gonna add this shadow tone. I need to clean this up soon. Might as well do it now. Where's my tunes? Let's put some tunes on, clean this up, and then hello? Music? Hello? There we go. Yeah, sometimes there's no need to overcomplicate. If people can play Dark Souls with DK bongos, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how I see it. Just use whatever tool is useful for you and don't try to overcomplicate it. Don't try to make a tool into something it's not, you know? That's my advice. Don't, because this happens, and so be careful. This is just advice for everyone. Um, try this. People, people will try to convince themselves that a new piece of technology or something will make their art journey easier. You know, like if I get a Cintiq, my art will be better because I'll have a Cintiq and I won't have to deal with this thing or that thing. Classic issue that comes up in every artist's journey. So I just say, you know, be aware that this is common. It happens. It's okay. Oh, snap. I still had the masking turned on. All right, let's try that again. Undo the masking. Undo the masking. Wink. Yeah, just be aware. That's all I'm saying. You don't need special tools. I use a Wacom tablet because I've had a Wacom tablet forever, and I like the pen experience because I do a lot of traditional 2D art as well. I don't do it on the computer anymore. On the PC, I do it all on an iPad Pro, but I prefer the pen experience when interacting with 3D. So that's why I stuck with this. But I didn't need a screen like a Cintiq to do it. So I got one, kept it for a while. I ended up getting a new one because my old one was kind of broken. I gave it away to someone who needed it, got a new one, and then my best friend's Cintiq broke, like literally failed. It was so old. He'd been using it for an incredibly long time, and it broke. So I told him, hey, come to my place and I'll just give you my Cintiq. I don't care. So I just gave him the Cintiq. And now I don't have one. I just use my little Wacom tablet, and I've been using it for years, probably 5 years now, 4 or 5 years, exclusively. And yeah, I haven't noticed a difference in the quality of my work. But I have noticed an incredible uptick in space on my desk. So, Gamers Unite. Yeah, gamer chair. Yeah, you don't need a gamer chair either. Just get a real chair. I won't lie, the chair I have is not cheap. It's very expensive. But it's probably the best chair I've ever had. I don't even remember what it's called. My wife got one, and I was like, this is rad. Herman Miller? No. I've heard those are amazing, though. This is a chair for a standing desk. Because I have a standing desk. I'm a stander fan. Yeah, there we go. Okay, okay. Why wasn't that working earlier? All right, reset. If you're an artist, invest in your desk and your chair. If you're a human being, invest in your shoes and your bed. You're probably both of those. My desk is always at standing height, and I will sometimes I'll sit a lot, but when I'm feeling like I need a little bit of a stretch or a break, I'll just lean off my chair because it's a chair that's built so that you can kind of easily get off and on it. Now I gotta fix these legs too. What am I, some kind of sculptor? Yeah. Yata. Feel like we're gonna get blasted. I'm playing with fire right now. Put that away. About to get 3-dayed. Yeah, gaming chairs. I've sat in them. They feel like they're gonna be nice, but I've never been impressed. I was not impressed with it at all. I'd rather stand at my desk like I'm doing right now since we started talking about it. Would you stop smoothing the shit out of everything, ZBrush? Just because I have you set to smoothing doesn't mean I want you smoothing. Ooba. Yeah, that looks much better. We clean that up. I'm gonna get blasted. Good grief. Holy shit. We're gonna get nuked. Alright, there we go. A little two-toned right now. God, ZBrush, what are you doing? Whatever, he die, he die. Yeah, seriously. Yo, maybe you should throw some gray on that before you get nuked. Yeah, we've talked about the lightening up of that rule a couple times in here. Look, I play it safe. Most of the time, I leave my characters on gray, like you see over here on the left, but I guarantee you if I put a skin tone on her, we'd have been nuked by now. So when I color a character like this, and you can see this is... that's probably too much, you know what I'm saying? If we hover on that for too long, we'll be taking a free vacation. ZBrush, go ahead and just turn the fucking polypaint back on. Please stop. Bro, why can it not operate? It turned off. Oh, because I had the polypaint thing turned on. Yeah, that's not going to last long. And it did not. See you in the secret stream. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. We've been playing it safe for quite a while. We haven't been shot down yet. I've seen people put like floppy boobs all over the place in like in a just a regular stream. Like I've been looking around at like art streams and I saw a guy just like in Blender working on like big floppy boobs and I was like, and I feel like I have to watch myself so I don't get shot down. Like I don't get it. Yeah, Polly. Absolutely, absolutely. It's because, in my opinion, there's a lot of like people running around the art community that are, you know, they think they're they think they're doing a good thing by banning artists. Art is just something that also just doesn't get a lot of respect. You get used to it. You put a you put a shit ton of time in. You learn a ton of anatomy, you know, but you're not a doctor, so your job is easily replaceable and stupid. But if I could write prescriptions, people would think differently about me. Yeah, I saw that they started applying that to
Wow!
in real life stuff as well. Yo, a gift sub Reno? Insane gift subber Munga at it again? Say what? My man. Passing one out to Polly Bits. All right, get yourself in that Discord if you want to. Get on in there. That's where we have the secret streams, which basically means the content that I will get absolutely destroyed for on Twitch, where we show it off. Wow, I never cleaned up her lower legs. This is lumpy as hell. Yeah, blast him. Show him who's boss. Not you no subbing in my house. Yeah, Monka's got some goat energy going on. Huge supporter of the stream. You know, I'd almost mod Monka if I didn't think he would just ban all the red waxers right out of the gate. See what I mean? I've got to keep a little law and order in here. And here's the thing. Red wax is a war crime. True. If I mod someone in my stream or for any reason, even on the Discord, I'm basically going to stand by whatever my mod's decision is. But I want them to think before they just start shooting people. You know what I'm saying? Should be illegal. Hell yeah, it should be illegal. It's illegal in my house. The only problem is that some great supporters of the stream also believe in red wax, which is cringe. But they're generous and they're supporters. Can't just excommunicate them because of their terrible taste. The king. King is among us. Show your respect. The fucking F-Zero music is perfect. What a beautiful lad. The king. He cometh and he goeth. So sell yourself, sell your soul for money. I allow people to like red wax, but I would never use it myself. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, he just bideting for a really long time. Classic King Zora. King Zora is a man's man. I think we can all agree on that.
Wow!
Whoa, gift sub. Thank you. For Zenfire. Gift sub. Feel free to get on in that Discord. Where all the cool shit happens, you know what I'm saying? Where the real content happens in the secret streams. Which there'll be some secret streams coming. We're probably going to do our first one this week. Thank you for the follow. Secret stream? It basically means the stuff that we can't show on Twitch. We do a little stream in Discord where we all get together and post a bunch of GIFs and memes. Yeah, we sculpt nipples. Anyone need access to the Discord? Monka's looking to get some homies in the Discord. Yeah, we're putting a little love into these calves. Sugar Daddy. Super double deluxe. Seriously, if you're looking for a Discord access, homeboy, Monka, he's the real deal. He's the real deal. So don't be shy. Oh, we're at that 2 million. Honkai Monka. Get your free sub. Get your free sub. Someone just post. Someone just post. Just drop something in. Just say something. Post your favorite emoji. That's all you got to do. And no one will ever talk to you ever again. Easiest sub of your life. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Let me look. Let me check the homies list. Let me check the homies. Where's my settings? Whoops. Man, this song is a jam. All right, let me look. You could give it to someone if you really want to give one out. I'm not going to tell you you have to give it to someone, but you could give it to someone we shout out who has given us, raids before. If you want to here, throw one to if you got to throw one. Throw one to Mecca.
Wow!
All right, I would act surprised, but I knew you were doing it. We'll throw some love in chat. Mecca's cool. Mecca's a homie. He's definitely rated us in the past, and so we'll just spread the love. Spread the love. Yeah, I just wanted to try some poly paint stuff on top of this. Again, our very own Schlo was doing some work like this. I was like, yo, that's cool. I want to try that. I want to put my hat in the ring on that one. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The king. We've been blessed. He walks among us. All right. I wonder, do I still have I used to have an old Rush. For fur. Oh, I do. I do sell. Hmm. He's gone. Fine. I'll hydrate. But I won't like it. I miss him already. The king. All right, I'm gonna bust some of these out. Try it. He's back. It's him. I don't know. Is there anyone more iconic than King Zora? The answer is no. He's doing his best. He's almost there. The 100 king. I mean, technically it's possible. The problem is the problem is oh damn, I was not paying attention at all. The problem is that the way the king works now is that he's a video. So if you summon him more than once, the sound will overlap because you can play multiple sounds, but um you can't play multiple instances of the same video. What's up, Bear? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yo, what if I did this? Little gray hair? She's seen too much. It's the arm, yeah, it's the arm. The tail is a funny idea though. It's hard to tell, but if you view it on a white background, um Merc Merc has he has little tips, little black tips at the end of his wings. Thank you, Squid. Thanks for hanging out, man. I hope you have a good day. Sorry to disappoint. I can feel the Merc experience draining from your body. This is terrible. What am I doing? This is me doing sleepy shit. Be a little darker. And a little more saturated. I like doing the poly paint stuff. I don't want to get absolutely eviscerated. So it zooms in on the butt. Great plan, Merc. You make a good case for it, Mailing. I'll do a save. Not sure if that's really an old Chinese saying. You lost a ton of work yesterday? Oh my god. Oh yeah. Upa forever. Now you're talking. Is it even a butt? I mean, that's my thought. But we live in a society, you know what I'm saying? You do a power outage? Oh, power outage. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the possibility of just all my work evaporating. ZBrush saves, my ZBrush saves every 5 minutes though. So I'm living in this futuristic world where I don't really have to worry too much. Yo, okay, real talk, that is one flat ass. What are we doing, boys? What are we doing? Out here dropping the ball. All right, we're handling this wrong. First of all, let's turn this off before we go straight to bad boy jail. ZBrush, quit trying to out me. You're just desperately trying to destroy me right now. Yeah, we putting the curve back in. All right. And that goddamn no perspective orthographic view off. I like giving it this kind of fur texture. Oops. Okay. Okay. I'm making it work. Let's turn that up. Probably redo that real fast. Want that outer line. Try this. I'm not gonna do the whole mesh. Pretty late, but whatever. Give it a shot. Actually, we'll go lower, then higher. And I think sometimes you can force some noise into the poly paint. There we go. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I don't have any of my old render sets installed. I don't think I have. Oh, sorry for the flashbang. I do like how vibrant this one is. It makes her look really warm. I think it's got bloom turned on. Let me take a look real fast. Can't find anything that I'm looking for because it's late. What am I looking for? Render. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Snake. Probably a good idea. Let me peep this filter real fast. Got a really nice auto contrast on it. Whoa, sorry. I keep flashbanging everyone. Kind of makes her look furry. Cute. I wish I could mask other areas. Well, I probably can. That was a dad joke? What do you call your friend who stands in a hole? Phil? I get it. You fill a hole, but come on. Come on. Really? Anyways, I like the contrast. Kind of wish I could run a filter like this. I don't know if that's a good thing or not to have said that many times. Wait a minute. Why is there lighting? Why is there dynamic lighting? What the fuck? I don't even want to try and figure this out. We're going to roll back. I'll sort some of that stuff out tomorrow. It's whatever. It's whatever, dude. All right. I think I'm going to bop off for the night. I'm going to bop out. I think we made good progress. I'd love to make a rifle, actually. And then maybe we can do something just fun. We can do like a fun pose for her, something simple. She doesn't have to be like a be all end all kind of character, you know? Just a fun sketch of an OC. We'll do an official one of her at some point, but for now we were just playing. I have a few projects I'd like to embark on. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll be back. I'll be streaming tomorrow, so keep your eyes out. Probably around the same time, but I might stream in the middle of the day, at least here in the US. So might stream again in, 8 or so hours, something like that. But I'll be around. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, if you like the stream, consider throwing down a follow if you haven't already. If you really like the stream, consider a sub. It helps me out. It really does. Otherwise, just watching and hanging out helps as well. And chatting, of course. You ready for that goblin schedule? Hell yeah. Well, hopefully I'll be around and you can goblin out. All right, friends. I'm just going to keep the stream ending short tonight. I'm just going to blast it. And just end the stream so I can go straight to bed. But I'll be around tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Booba forever. Never forget. Booba forever. And yeah, don't forget to join the Discord if you're a new sub. Come hang out with us.